Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday. You know this. If you're watching live at this particular moment, how you doing? It is Friday, time for viewer levels. I'll say, before we begin, let me just say up front. Hang on. That's, forgot to refresh something. I'll say, before we begin, let me just let you know, right here, right now. Let me get that. I need to do a thing. You know how it is. It's fine. It's cool. There we go. Okay, here we go. How you doing? How you doing, folks? Here's what I meant to say. I'm a little sick tonight. Somewhat sick. My throat feels like shit. I have been coughing a good amount. I was also feeling this way yesterday and managed to get through that whole stream. Yesterday's blueprints and otherwise stream. Played a bunch of games last night and managed to get through despite my throat feeling like ass. So let's do that again tonight. How about? Oh, where the fuck are the Pikmin? What the hell? Let me check that. I got it. I got it. 1 second. Pikmin are on the fritz. They've been a little bit should have happened. Says I'm connected. How come that didn't work? They're not working tonight. Let me see this crap. Okay, 1 second. Click, 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 click. Is that doing it? Do I have my trigger set up? Yes, I do. That's funny. Well, the Pikmin seem to be broken. I'll just disable them. Sorry, folks. The Pikmin have been a little bit finicky recently. Let's just I'll just go ahead and take them offline. I'm a little sick. The Pikmin are too. 1 minute. Let me just get those incentives out of the way. They're not working. They're not working. What am I to do? No. Okay. I'll have another look at that another time. Okay, whatever. I don't know what's up with that. Pikmin seem to be broken. Hello, everyone. Yes, it's viewer levels. Let's talk about what we're gonna do tonight. I'm gonna play y'all's viewer levels. Y'all have submitted 5 already. You're gonna submit a lot more by the time the stream is done, and I'm gonna play the viewer levels and talk about stuff. Hello, Chard. Hello, everybody. I would like this apartment to be a little colder. Let me turn down the temperature a bit. Lovely. One more thing before we begin. One more thing, which is that, check this out. I forgot to update this card. It should say Monday and not yesterday. I made this on Monday before the Tuesday stream. If this was Tuesday, it would be yesterday, but it's not, so still though, check this out. You know how I have like big event streams sometimes and I have sub goals for those big event streams? By the way, thank you for the follow, the Haze. Thank you. Previously, I've used the Twitch sub tracker thing, which looks a little like this, though I think now it has a new design. Or even, you know, sometimes I've had a thing where I've had multiple goals for the same sub goal, in which case I would represent it by having the one sub goal and like multiple goals sort of unfurling below them, which I think is a little bit clunky, a little bit space consuming, and a little bit not as pretty. So I thought about it, and I decided to whip something up that would address that, and here it is. It is the unobtrusive sub counter for the birthday stream next month. It is manual, so I have to like manually increment it and stuff, but look at that. It looks pretty nice, pretty out of the way, And, you know, I'll tell you, on, we're going to be playing Mario Galaxy, for the birthday stream. So it really just, fits in with the actual HUD of the game. You can see there. I hope Mario Galaxy 2, which we also will be playing, has a similar HUD layout. I'm not 100% sure about that, but we'll find out before that stream. Make sure it's all placement is good, but I think that should be quite lovely, and you can see the kerning and stuff matches pretty well, even if it goes up to, you know, double digits. um, I put a lot of work in this Monday to make it look more or less correct. I'll say you can sort of see that the actual thing bobs up and down. Couldn't do that. Don't know how I would do that in OBS, but this is good enough. This is good enough for for that stream and future streams as well. I think this sub counter will be excellent going forward. Thank you for level chard. Let's see that bot work. Get that out of there. That's not relevant tonight. It will be relevant in around a month from now, and that'll be fun. Your stream UI is really good. Thank you. I like making it good and unobtrusive as much as possible, and shiny and things of that nature. You know, I used to have worse stream UI. Is the reality most of the time I have stream UI. And I, you know, over time, improved it bit by bit, part by part. I've been meaning to get, like, a manual number counter that I can control with my hotkeys on my Stream Deck for a while, and now I have that. I have 100 images of the numbers between 0 and 99. So, like, you know, if I ever need to count up to something other than subs, I can do that as well. And it wouldn't be too hard. I mean, be those same numbers, but those numbers are good looking numbers. Well, let's do it. Let's play some viewer levels. I'm gonna make this nice and big. We got 06i up first. 06i is here. Excellent. Folks, let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a reminder, whatever. When your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day if you are here, if you are present in chat. I will give it the full time of day, which means outside the lightning round, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you're not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, meaning I will only have 2 tries refreshing at checkpoints. Neat. A traditional one. And this isn't from that Super World you've been submitting recently, 06i. Interesting. An old... old traditional. That's what they call me, old traditional. That's what they call me. Old traditional, that's right. Let's play this level. How y'all doing? Like I said, I'm a little sick. Don't mind if I get to coughing, that sort of thing. That's been happening today, yesterday. Had some Dayquil. It's about to expire, you know. I took it like at 1 p.m. and well, I couldn't re-up it until like a couple hours from now, so that's unfortunate. You know, like until like 7 or so. So it's a little early for that, but hopefully should be good. Maybe I'll take a break in an hour and I'll re-up my Dayquil. That would be medically advisable, I think is the word. Old traditional is good. This level's nice. I think this is a red coin hunt. I should be getting these red coins. Old traditional. Can't go wrong with old traditional. I like it. Yes. So, what's up with y'all? I'll say, got, as per usual, have a number of cards, including a whole lot of anime that will be coming, in the lightning round. Once again, like the last couple weeks, I have sequestered the anime to the lightning round, and this will be the last time this season, until the end of the season, where that'll be the case. Pretty much now, all the new anime has aired, except for like 2 new shows and an old show returning, so the rest of the anime I'll cover next, you know, on the Tuesday stream, and we'll be done. There'll be far less anime talk, I suppose. You know, catching up on Invincible. I don't know Invincible. That's like a Western cartoon. I don't watch Western cartoons as much. I don't know. I have a, you know. I'll say like I do try every anime that comes on, but I do have a rule, which is like, okay, if it's not Japanese, I ain't watching. Nope. I'm right out. Okay, I filter down to the Japanese shows. Not interested in anything Chinese. Not because... Did you hear they canceled Freerun? No, I didn't hear that. They can't... What? They delayed Freerun or canceled it? People really like Freerun. It's a very popular show. They canceled it? I didn't hear about that. Did they really? No way, says 06i. Yeah, no way indeed. That show's good. People really liked it. No season 2? Yet or at all? Was it... You know, there is a thing where, like, where like, there's no confirmation sometimes. Maybe eventually there will be. Took, like, a couple years for, like, Bochi season 2 to be confirmed. Sometimes it's like that. Hello, Isa. Did I say hello, Arthur? Hello, Arthur. Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank you for Lolo 6i. Let me hit complete. And we'll pull up the next one, which is by Rock Party. Excellent. Oh, this is gonna be a long one. I know, because Rock Party likely this is the same code as always, right? With the pipers and all. Oh, maybe you're wrong. You saw it on TikTok. You gotta watch out for stuff like that, you know, false news. Sometimes people just say shit. They're just looking to complain, you know, or stir up trouble. You know, there was a whole article about the whole Mario Kart $90 debacle, which it's 80. It's 80. That's still more than ever, but it's not 90. Apparently, a lot of people think it's 90. If you think it's 90, please keep in mind that is incorrect. They never said 90. That's a rumor. That's spread halfway around the world before, you know, truth pants on all that. Bad messaging. Oh, they should have made it like really upfront what they were doing. That was a bad idea not to, because rumors got out of hand. Hey, can we talk about hello Sunburn? Can we talk about tariffs being paused? That's been a hell of a week. It's been a hell of a week. On like Wednesday, they paused those ding-dang tariffs that have been a whole blight for us all. At least the ones on most of the world, not the ones on China, unfortunately, which is still gonna cause some pretty major issues for a lot of companies out there, such as Apple and pretty much every small business in America as well, it would seem. I'm excited for World. It sounds good. World sounds good. Get the bundle that comes with it. It's $50 if you get it in the bundle. That's how I'm going to do it. I'm gonna pay $50 for Mario Kart World, and that's acceptable. Ideally, assuming that the price doesn't come up due to tariffs. But the tariffs are paused on Vietnam and Cambodia, the two places where they manufacture the Nintendo Switch too, so, or at least two of the places. They probably also do it in China as well, you know? But with those back, you know, with those paused, I think we're all looking to see, like, what's going on with the Switch 2? When is that happening? And so far, no news. So far, no news. I got it. Wha-bam, banned. Advertisement bot. So far, no news. And that's, you know, still depressing. I really want to lock in the Nintendo Switch 2. Really want to lock that in, make sure I got one coming. Because, like, yeah, no, pre-orders. Pre-orders need to open. Pre-orders need to open. When is that happening? I don't know. To talk more about the tariffs specifically, I will say that it's important to remember that even the China tariffs are going to be really disruptive. It's basically a big, huge tax on anything imported from China, which is a lot of crap, including most of the computer chips that exist in the world. Which will threaten businesses other than Nintendo, don't you know? Like, you know, the RetroTink guys were out there saying RetroTink is an upscaler, like the best upscaler in the market. You know, basically they cost hundreds of dollars more than like your. You can get an upscaler that's crappy and cheap for like $20 from Amazon. But if you want quality, you go with RetroTink, and they make it like a really good one. They give you like the best possible image that you can possibly get from your retro devices. And they were saying like, man, yeah, if my prices increase by a factor of 3, you know, if prices go up 100 by a factor of 2.5, basically, via the current tariffs, that's unsustainable. What the fuck? There, you know, RetroTink has said, like, we will eat the price for a bit, but, man, this is not feasible, you know? Companies like that, when they have to triple their prices, they don't just, like, you know, struggle a little bit to get their consoles off the ground like Nintendo will. They literally stop existing. They will literally go out of business. Don't know what you mean by chicks, Chard. Literal? Or some other sort of... Not gonna worry about that. They're just gonna go out of business, and like... It was really nice that first day, it seems like, you know, the stock market went back up. There was some, like, good signs of like, oh, everything's back to normal, kind of, mostly, except for with China. And then the next day it was like, oh wait, everyone realized that China was still being tariffed the fuck out, and you know, a 90-day pause is not a succession, is not the end of troubles. Maybe they'll announce pre-orders at the Direct next week. I hope so. That Direct is still happening. I'm really looking forward to the details they reveal there. Okay. Yes, here we go. We're in a new area, relatively new area. We got... Wait, whoa. Okay, we're good. We got to a new bits. And we got a checkpoint! The first time we've ever been to this checkpoint. Hell fucking yeah. We should probably talk about what we're seeing here. Running across these Goombas, and the last one we have to jump up. Yeah. We've been playing this level for like a couple weeks now? Months now? This is the first time we've ever seen the checkpoint. Sick. This area seems hard as well. I don't want to alarm you. We gotta land really fast if we don't want to get squished. We need like a really quick landing. Ooh, okay, you go over to the left after that last one. Yeah, we're making progress. Look at this. Honest to God, what the fuck? Where do I go from there? Honest to God, progress. Huh? It's not that. You don't do that. It's not it. Gonna need a whole stream dedicated to this level. That would probably be the only way I would ever finish it, potentially. But maybe, you know, maybe it's like, honestly, that first room, we can do it now. We can do it reasonably reliably. And that's not true. It's possible we might get that again. Maybe we have to, like, jump right off and we'll have enough momentum to get to the height we need. I can't just start talking about the next topic because of this progress. Unexpected progress. How about another card? Is this the new Dashi Games? I don't know what that is. I've never heard of Dashi Games, Artur. I am the Master DS. Here's a card. I ordered a Retro Tank. I figured what with Retro Tank saying, like, man, we're gonna have some troubles shipping out new Retro Tanks in the near future. I figured, like, okay, well, let me just... I've been kind of low-key thinking, like, I would like a better upscaler. And, went and pulled the trigger on that. Got a Retro Tank 5X Pro, which is like $300 on the way to me. Oh, Dashi plays Super Mario Maker 2. Not familiar, but interesting. I don't know all the Super Mario Maker 2 streamers. Honestly. How do I get up there? I ordered it. It's coming. I don't know when. Probably like in a couple of things. Press B on Twister. Oh, that'll give us some extra height then. Yeah. Sounds good. Gotta watch out for the spikes though. Yeah. Oh. We did that jump! We're gonna have to do more than that. Jump! If we want to... There we go. That was going pretty good. We're making progress here, folks. What was I saying? Retro Tank's on its way. I'll say, after ordering it, I did think for a second, like, wait a minute. I'm currently playing through Star Fox Adventures on Tuesdays on the GameCube. I don't know I have any other GameCube games planned in the pipeline to play on stream. And that's my only, like, SD console that I have for this, expensive little device that I'm ordering. But, I'm excited. I think that's gonna be a nice little upgrade to GameCube games. And I am low-key thinking, like, I could get some other SD consoles. I could go plug in my SNES from the closet. Like, we could play on my actual SNES, an actual copy of Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2. All those games are on SNES Online. I don't need to whip out my SNES. Hello, Robotic. But I could to make use of the Retro Tank. I don't know. I'm sure I'll find uses for that, and I do think it's good to have, like, the best possible technology for the stream. We're making progress here, folks. But, you know, we'll see how that is when that arrives. Probably like half of the Star Fox Adventure streams will look really nice. Only half of them, though. The first two probably will just look, the first one that was last week, last Tuesday, this last Tuesday, and the one next week, they'll look okay. But like, 2 weeks from now, week and a half from now, it's gonna look fantastic. As far as I understand. Again, you know, a thing that, like, Nintendo is doing right now, as far as, like, a way to combat tariffs, is, like, shipping in as many Nintendo Switch 2s as they can. And, like, all the smaller companies can't do that, you know? Like, Retro Tank can't just go, like, okay, let me order enough Retro Tanks from the plant for, like, the next year. Like, nope. They can't afford to just order a whole year's supply of their product. And hell, even Nintendo, timer's up, tries left, let's go. Even Nintendo, right? Like, they're gonna sell out of the stuff that they shipped in pre-tariffs, you know, say 90 days from now when tariffs go back into effect. They're absolutely gonna sell out, and then they're gonna have to bring more in from Vietnam and Cambodia, and who knows what the situation will be then. Those were 2 lives, right? Your circle pad and your 3DS crumbled off? Damn. Never heard of that being a thing. But, you know, I'll say, like, I haven't actively used my 3DS in a couple years. Like, not that frequently, you know? And there are a lot of companies, you know, that I do feel like, oh, you know, Elgato's, those probably use parts from China, right? Like, all sorts of small to medium-sized companies that make, like, the best products in the world. How are they going to survive with their premium products when their prices go up, like, tenfold? It's messed up. Come on! Whoa. Progress, though. That was serious progress. Yeah, just about everything's going to be impacted. That is correct. That was some real serious goddamn progress we got right there. The most serious progress in this level we've had for months now. Yeah, China's got massive tariffs, 145%. Probably going up because it's a trade war and we're really losing. So at the very least, we can put up major numbers. It's a trade war between the country that buys things and the country that makes things. Who's gonna win? I don't know. They have basically everything they need, and they make everything that's good. Fuck. And, you know, even with the tariffs, it's well possible, like, Chinese companies can still outshine, like, our American equivalents, because our American equivalents, you know, are suffering from the price of chips going up. You know, like, it's not like the analog is, like, looking at their stuff and going, like, oh, all those Chinese, digital game players that are really cheap and stuff, all those are being edged out. Like, nope. You're being edged up as much as they are, and, you know, isn't that a failure in design? Like, tariffs are supposed to protect our small companies, and they're not. Businesses, that's the word that they use in that, small businesses. And these are not. In addition to just, like, causing worldwide confusion, worldwide panic. Thank you for Level Rock Party. Let me dismiss and get it out of there. Where's the bot? Okay, whatever. Let me hit next, and next up is the Haze. The Haze, has the Haze chatted in a bit? Yeah, the Haze has been doing some emotes. Lovely, perfect. That's good for it. Little bit ago. I'll do another card. Hey, the Haze. Switch 2 situation, let's talk about it. The Switch 2 situation continues to be a cluster, even though, like, you know, the tariffs are off. They still haven't announced what's going on with the Switch 2. I am very, very curious, as are most people. Very curious what the hell's going on, when pre-orders will be going up in the US and Canada. Canada got hit because of us. Very sorry, Canada. Not our fault. It is our fault. It is our country's fault. You understand. It's not my fault though. Most recent level, you got it. I'm hoping that pre-orders go up soon. I'll say I have done some prep. You know, I have like I went to all the websites. This is an interesting light Kaizo. I like the theming and throwing these POWs. It's quite intuitive. Okay. Got some flashy bits and that's over. Good little level. Thank you, the Haze. That clear rate's pretty low for what it is. You know, seems pretty trivial to me. I don't know. Excellent. Let me hit complete and we'll bring up the next one. And of course, everyone feel free to submit another one after your level is done and out of the way and stuff. Barnstormer is next. Barnstormer, say something in chat. You know what to do. Let me hit next so that I always say next, but the command is actually current. I have a next button on my stream deck that says next on it. That's why I always say next. Let me put thing in chat. There you are, Barnstormer. Excellent. What was I saying? I've went and bookmarked the home pages of the various like Switch 2 bundles on Best Buy, Target, and GameStop. So if I can't get Best Buy, I'll go to Target, and if I can't get that, I'll go to GameStop. Is basically the plan. Like once pre-order day happens, once that that mad rush happens. Hello, Fast Super Mario Maker 2. Once that happens, there's gonna be like there's gonna be what's the word? Bedlam. That's it. There's gonna be madness. There's gonna be bedlam, and oh, that's not an indicator. That's just saying it's just a drawbridge. There's gonna be madness once music is setting up. Okay. This is the witches from Majora's Mask. Or the Poe Collector from Ocarina. I guess this song is the same from both games, huh? I think of this as like Kome and the other one's song from Termina, who are friendly and not boss monsters, you know? Which is different from how they are in Ocarina. That's not good, but I will be fine. Cookie. That's right, Cookie indeed. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, there's still confusion. I still don't know quite 100% what's going on. No one really knows what's going on with the tariffs and stuff. Oh, that's... I realized the ending was right there all along. That's clever. Flip that sword, saving you from Kamek. You think? I thought that was pretty ho-hum myself. That's just hey, there's a sword, there's a Kamek, bing bang boom. Easy easy. I could have dealt with that Kamek without the sword. I couldn't have gotten through the hole without the sword, but I could have dealt with that Kamek, absolutely. Good level, good level. Very good, Barnstormer. Excellent work, as always. I hope next week we can do our pre-orders and get that all done. Who knows, though? Who knows what's going to happen next week? You were one of the first to get the email thingy from Nintendo for pre-orders? What? A pre-order thing from Nintendo? Like, when you said you're interested, they emailed you back and said, hey, did they let you pre-order it? What happened there, 06i? Tell us. Killer is up, and that is you, Killer, yes. You're good. You're good for it. I've not heard of that being a thing. I hope we get news soon. I just want to lock it in and be done. And, you know, once I know when pre-order day is, you clicked interesting only a few... Oh, I see what you mean. You mean the ones to click on the I am interested thing. Oh, I did that as well. I am also interested. From what I understand, that opens up in May. Like, that's when they are sending those emails. So that's, to me, that's like a last resort thing, you know? If I can't get a Switch from a local place I can just go to the day of, I'll go to the thing. It is first come, first serve. Well, yeah, that's how they all work. Let's do this level. We want to do the full level, right? Last time we were saying that let's skip to the next castle, not do the bonus level that was hard. We're still decided on that. Let me know, Killer, if you want me to do otherwise. Let me know. Let me know. This level, I remember, we got pretty dang stuck in this one last time. Struggled with it a bit. We'll get through, though. I reckon. Let's smoke it. Don't make it to the boss fight with one life. Oh, right! This is the one where I gamed over on. That needs to go up as a YouTube short. I forgot that one was, that one totally has to be... Yeah, that one I have to... That was an amazing moment, yeah. Just... Fucked up indeed. We have 21 lives right now, so... We should be good. Just... Let's make sure not to waste them, I guess. Ah! Could've gotten the power up there, but I didn't, so that was my doing. That was my fault. Oh well. I remember this survival bit with the Podobos. It's a good bit. I like it. Unlike anything I've seen before. Good use of Podobos. I think you'd see this all the time, considering how well it works, but you don't. Random thought. Y'all see that, hello artist, how you doing? Y'all see that, that trailer for Police Squad, the Naked Gun reboots. That was an okay trailer. I don't know about Leslie Nielsen as a comedic lead, but whatever. I thought that O.J. Simpson joke was very funny. That's a real quality ass joke. Hello, Mortis. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we have 21 lives to. We have 20 lives to do this boss this time. We're good. And we did it first try. Let's go. Clean. Clean. Excellent. That went much smoother than last time. Huh. I don't know what it was last time gave me so much trouble, but we just went right through it. Easy, easy, easy. Well, you know, once you play it once, you get it down, you know, you get better, you'll get it eventually. I got it on lock, you know, that level. I'm gonna hit complete, get the timer down. And the next level is by Chard. Chard in the YouTube chat, go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. You know what to do, Chard. Chard was just chatting relatively recently, but still, Chard, I think that was like a level or two ago. Let's go ahead and see a confirmation in chat. There you are. Chard says, I don't think Chard is here. Very good. Game price theory. I wanted to share this with y'all. I had a thought the other day about game prices, and specifically the thing that Doug Bowser is clumsily rolling out, variable pricing for Mario Kart and seemingly just Mario Kart. A lot of bother, you know, a lot of trouble he's causing himself just being like, and we're charging 10 extra bucks for Mario Kart and Mario Kart alone. Saying that in particular because, like, man, I don't know. It seems like a weird flex to be like, yeah, no, Mario Kart is $10 extra. Also, it's bundled in with the Switch 2, so you actually only have to pay $50 for the time being. But eventually it'll cost more, which, okay, you know, whatever. I guess it is the sequel to the most selling game ever on Switch 2, on Switch 1. So, like, yeah, that makes sense. Here's my theory right now. I came up with a theory. With console generations, they typically don't like to raise the prices mid-generation. You know what I mean? So, they were sort of in a rock and a hard place, you know? Okay, it's time probably now to raise it to $70 like everyone else, but by the time this generation is over, 6 to 8 years from now, the price of a game probably will have gone up to $80, right? Like 3-4 years from now, every game will be $80. That'll just be the way due to inflation, due to just like economic circumstance. And my theory is they want to be like, oh, variable pricing, so that in 2 years when they say like, every game's $80 now, it's normal, and we're doing it too, it's not weird, you know, and otherwise doing it mid-generation would be a weird thing. It's also there to drive sales to the bundle. I mean, yes, but also, like, Mario Kart's gonna sell either way. You know, even without the bundle, the attach rate would approach 100%. You know, it's Mario Kart, for God's sakes. It's Mario Kart. That's my theory. I feel like maybe they should back off and just be like, okay, everything's 70, like all our competitors. Okay, fine, you got it. You win. We will not collect 10 extra dollars on our most popular game. But, like, you know, when everyone else starts selling 80, like, make no mistake. I mean, they could also maybe justify it by saying, like, yeah, tariffs, man. Tariffs are taking a chunk out of our, like, It depends on, like, how they approach the tariffs, I guess. You know, if they come out with a price that's like, okay, you know what, we're eating the cost. We're eating the cost, whatever it costs, we're eating it, and we'll make it back in game sales over time, and owning the marketplace. You know, taking 30% of every Switch game sales, even the ones we don't develop, that's gonna eventually put us into the black, you know. That's eventually going to be like free money, essentially, provided we make a good enough platform where people buy games on Switch too, which I think they will. I think that'll happen. That'll be pretty definitely. So, like, you know, once they figure all that out, we will know. My theory is, like, this is just long-term thinking gone amok, and also, you know, some amount of just not having the right people to push back. I was listening to, like, the Kit and Krista show, you know, those former Nintendo America Treehouse people who do their own content now, and they were talking about how back in the day, like, you know, it was Reggie who originally, like, told Japan, like, hey, Wii Sports should be bundled in, should be free. In Japan, it was not free. And, you know, it was Reggie who made that argument, who made that defense, and, like, Reggie's not there anymore. So who is there making those pro-consumer arguments anymore? And the answer is no one? And it's kind of, oh, no. You know, it's kind of a whole situation where just there's no one there to make that argument and make that defense, and there probably should be. Let me die and get my hat back. There's probably a lot going on there, honestly, and I would think it smart if they pulled back on this particular point. This is not the right hill for them to die on. No siree. Probably a very foolish hill. God damn it. Do I think they will pull back? I don't know. I think it's more likely they'll just be like... I think it more likely they'll just, like, decide to eat the tariff price. I would say, like, if I were them, I would say, like, yeah, it's time to take a loss on each unit and make it back over time. The important thing is that you get this out the door, and with minimal, you know, with a little less controversy than we've had so far. You know, get this thing out the door, get it selling, and then we can worry about, like, you know, price per unit and all that, or whatever. You can worry about your margins later. Tariffs are just a thing that inherently bigger companies are more positioned to absorb, and that is an advantage bigger companies have, you know? Apple, Google, Microsoft, Nintendo, they are all well positioned to be able to say, like, okay, we will spend billions of dollars to get around this tariff that no one else can get around because they don't have billions of dollars, millions of dollars, you know? Like, a lot of the other competitors, like, they're gonna look at this and go, like, we, you know, too rich for our blood. We have to pass those. We can meet halfway, but we can't. Jeez. Though that's just a bunch of random theories. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, Welcome Tour, they should also make that free. Really. They should really make that free. That should be a free. I don't know what happened there. Who the hell thought that was a good idea? Doug Bowser kind of sounding like a bozo in interviews. I saw his interviews, and basically it sounds like, man, it sounds like you are just saying things that the HR department could say. It sounds like he's saying stuff that any spokesman could say. You should have better answers than the average spokesman, I think, if you are, like, the president of a company. Isn't that your whole job, to have good answers to questions? Why did you do it that way? Well, because I wanted to respect the company, the developer's work. That's dumb. And why, you know, variable pricing is also kind of weird as far as like respecting the developer's work goes, right? Because you have Mario Kart at 80 and you have Bonanza at 70, and it's like, well, wait a minute. If you're respecting the developer's work, isn't putting Bonanza at 70 saying it's less valuable and they did a less good job than the Mario Kart Tour people? The Bonanza's being made by the Odyssey team, for Christ's sake. The people who make mainline Mario, allegedly. Is not that top tier? Is not that, like, worthy of full price? I don't know. Personally, you ask me, I think they should either all be 70 or all be 80. And honestly, I don't care which. I mean, 70 would be better for everyone. But like, man, with inflation and all, I wouldn't blame them if they said everything's 80. I would say, like, you know, hey, you know, inflation wise, it's about what this is about what things costed last generation before, considering inflation and all. Yeah, sorry. Oof, shit. But, like, probably just make everything 70. That's just the right thing to do. Oh, thank you, Isaiah. Or, actually, no. I did hit next. And now Isaiah's is up next, right? Yes? Okay. Right? This next one is Isaiah's, right? Let me hit next for Isaiah. Isaiah in the YouTube chat, go ahead and confirm. Let's do it. Here's another card. I'm looking forward to the Switch 2's games. Hey, let's talk about the games again in particular. We'll talk about that again because, you know, I do think it's a really excited lineup. The pack-in game, you know, maybe not so much that one. But, like, Tour is just gonna be fantastic. And, like, you know, I really love how they're doing something different with Mario Kart. Something that justifies it just not being like, oh, it's a level pack for 8 Deluxe. Like, no, no, no. It's a big, giant open world. It's massive. It's interconnected. There's exploration elements. Like, oh my god. It's pretty amazing what they've done. I'm going to put you into sudden death, Zaya. And let's do the level. It's pretty amazing, like, what they've accomplished with it's pretty amazing what they put together with the new Mario Kart, and you know, the amount of characters, the personality, the various modes that are all new and very fresh. I think it's just going to be a great time, and I'm looking forward to finding out at that next Direct next week, like, what's going on with, like, how is it going to, like, are there going to be, like, automatically generated cups? Can you do, like, okay, just do, like, a random tour that goes to random corners of the world, you know, just using randomized paths? Like, how replayable is the online going to be? Is it going to be as replayable as the current online mode, which I know a lot of people play on the regular? I know, for instance, that Judo, another streamer I know, I can pick up my cups. You can pick your cups. Oh, I know you can pick your cups, but, like, you know, I know streamers that do, like, just random Mario Kart all day, every day. That's, like, their main game. And I'm just wondering, like, okay, are they gonna play those 7 cups and the, you know, those, let's say there's 8 cups. Let's assume there's actually 8 cups. Pick your transitioning roads. Yeah, I gotta imagine there's gonna be a randomized mode where you can do, like, okay, it'll take you here, then take it there, bing, bang, boom, you know, sort of navigate you around the map randomly. I also know Lord Bowser does some of that as well, you know, it's not just, a lot of people do it, you know. I think it's cool. Knockout mode is random. I'm pretty sure knockout mode, isn't knockout mode have its own cups? It has its own cups, I'm pretty sure. In the Direct, they showed, like, a bunch of cups just for knockout mode, did they not? Wait a minute. Aha! Ha ha! There we go. Got it. Nice. Nice. I'm very curious how that all works. I bet we're gonna learn a lot more in that Mario Kart Direct next week. And I hope also they do the thing. I'm really excited for Bonanza. I feel like there's good odds that might be my game of the year. I'm really curious, like, how many Kremlings are in it, you know? My guess would be not that many, you know, or not any, perhaps. Maybe references, which, you know, I'll say, like, it's easy to look at that and go, like, oh, it's from the Jungle Beat team, the previous game that, like, stripped out all Donkey Kong Country from the franchise for a game. But do keep in mind that, like, Returns and Tropical Freeze also didn't have Kremlings, so if this doesn't have Kremlings, it's not a regression, it's just sort of how things have been for the last 20 years, you know, since Returns. Really, nothing has changed. And, while that's sad, I can't exactly say it's like a big change, because it's not. 06i is here, by the way. While that is sad, it's not, sort of business as usual at this point, you know? And they have, like, shown, like, references to the original DKCs, naughty tokens, other type things, ostriches that look very espresso-like. There's some signs that, like, this is at least paying lip service to the franchise in a way that, like, maybe not even Returns and Tropical Freeze did, which is nice to see. You know, it's nice. It's a nice thing, and I hope they keep it up, and when the game comes out, I hope it's just like the second coming of Mario Odyssey with as much content. I'm just noticing that each of these levels, or many of these levels, have their number written out in the thumbnail, but not all of them, not half of them. I guess maybe it's just like a standards thing. Like, some people put aside the space for the level number. Other people don't, or just do some other sort of thumbnail. I personally do some other sort of thumbnail when I do thumbnails, because I never have space for, like, that sort of thing. Let's go, let's do it. Prime 4 is very promising, and hopefully will be as good as the other Prime games. I'm nervous about that, but also I have no reason to say it's not going to be excellent. So we swim down here, we activate this on-off, and we swim back and exit. And we'll be able to proceed now that the on-off. Holy shit! See how close that was? That was ridiculous. Now that the on-off is the other way, you know? Ridiculous margin of error there. Oh, hell. And I'll say, like, I am excited for the future of Switch 2. It's very promising. That's right, it was a chain chomp moment. It's a very promising future we got ahead of ourselves right now. You know, with, like, games that are gonna be they're gonna be 4K or upscaled to 4K. They're gonna be, you know, HDR and what's the word? Ray traced to a certain degree. And, honestly, I think that the Switch 2 is gonna be a fantastic console for just, like, regular-ass games. And I can't wait to, like, not play so many regular-ass games on my, Xbox. I can't wait to play more of those on the Switch 2, where I can pop it out and play it on the couch. You know, the Switch 1 was just, just, like, chronically underpowered and chronically unable to handle games from like the PlayStation 4 generation, let alone the PlayStation 5 generation, you know, let alone Series X, and all that. And that's all corrected. That's all a matter of history. And that's fantastic. That was close. I agree. Good ass level. Oh, 6i. Let me hit complete and bring down the timer as well. Sunburnt is up next, and Sunburn has been chatting. Let's go. Sunburn just said that was close. That's right, Sunburn. It was. Are those... Are those all the thoughts I have about Switch 2 games? Air Ride will be fine. I bet I'll get Air Ride. I didn't play the original Air Ride, but you know, if they put it out on GameCube Online, I'll absolutely play it, and I'll play the sequel as well. I'm curious what Sakurai has whipped up, and I'm very curious, like, what's happening with Smash Brothers? Is someone else making Smash Brothers, or is it like Sakurai, after he finishes with Air Ride, is gonna roll on to Smash now? In which case, we're gonna have a very late Smash this generation. Or a very non-Sakurai Smash. And either way, weird. Unprecedented. I don't know what the deal is with that. Of course, you'll be able to play many games like Rhythm Heaven and the new Rhythm Heaven. I'm sure you'll be able to play those on Switch too. Probably have a native Switch 2 version. All that. Hope you like mid-air shell jumps. Yeah, I could take them or leave them. It's an exciting thing, it's an exciting time, and it does sort of feel like Nintendo is bringing out their A game now. What are we doing here? Good luck. You think we throw the shell against the... A lot of people are dying there. Makes me think, is there a way to, like, turn... Wait, no, I know this. I know this one. This is where you go like that. Where you sort of, like, jump into the downward slope and use that to... Is that right? Is that this one? Throw the shell into the slope and spin. Had to insert a spin there. Alright. I got no further thoughts on Switch 2 games. Let's draw the next card, which says, like, hey, do you see Epic Universe previews are full on now? Yo, there's been some cool stuff as far as Epic Universe, the new Universal Orlando Park, goes. Basically, full previews, you know? Everything short of, like, POVs, basically. They let in the press, and the press took video and has uploaded, like, you know, all sorts of stuff, as have the people, like, just going there casually, you know, like, workers and stuff. They're now allowed to, like, show their crap and share it on social media, which is making for some really great footage, coverage, information about Epic Universe, and my god, it looks great. The areas look great, people are reporting that the lines are amazing, and that the, all the new rides are excellent. And I've watched a good amount of them, like, last week or so, just going like, hey, there we go. Let's go, let's go. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Gotta do more than one. There's been some... Throw it when you hit the slope. Okay. Hit the slope in particular. That didn't feel right, that didn't look right, but it worked.
Oh, no.
There's been some really good, like, footage of people running around, all the areas, the hub, whole nine, and it's exciting. It's lovely. It's wonderful, and I really can't wait to go there. I say I can't wait. I'll be going sometime in like August, I'm thinking. We'll figure out all the accommodations and so forth. Whoops. I was kind of hoping, kind of wondering if I could cheese it by like putting it down there. I'm sort of curious how I can. I'm gonna spend one more life that we get there, seeing if I put it up there and do a spin jump off it, would that give me the height? Cheese or no cheese? Here we go. I just meant to place it down. How do you place down without putting on a hat? Can you place something down without putting down a hat? How does that work? I mean, I can test here. Let me see.
Oh no!
Drop it midair. That's gotta be it, right? Yeah, that's the ticket.
Oh no!
Funny. I thought, okay, you know, whatever. Anyway, all that stuff is exciting. That crap is all looking good. Apparently, like, there's so many big areas. The people are saying, like, the portals are amazing. Like, the portals that lead to each themed world. Each themed universe. All those portals are, like, really... Okay, yeah, we don't have enough distance to do that. All the portals are, like, really elaborately themed and really quite amazing to look at. A good photo opportunity, which I guess makes sense on their face. You know, these portals are basically like the equivalent of like your Jurassic Park gates and like all the other Universal parks, which, you know, those are cool. They are sort of just like big shiny gates that have like some iconography on them, you know? It's not like there's something in Mario that has that, or Nintendo that has that exact shape. You know, it's not like these portals are like super duper on theme. That's why people die there, huh? But it should be good. It should be great. I'm looking forward to May when the park is just open. People are just, you know, there. And I'm very curious, like, how it's gonna be as far as capacity goes. I'm a little worried that, like, yeah, for the first couple months, it's gonna be pretty slammed. I'm gonna try to go in August. Is that going to be good enough? I have my doubts. You know, like, if I had to guess, I'd say August still a little soon. August still might be a little busy, but also, same time, August is the last time Rip Ride Rocket will be operating, so I want to go in August. I want to ride Rip Ride Rocket one more time, you know? And, exciting things. I'll say a thing I've heard from, like, the previews, the people who have gone to Epic Universe. They have said that the Epic Universe, like, outside Nintendo World store has a lot of Zelda in it. Damn it.
Oh no!
I have to pull back earlier. They're saying that the Epic Universe store outside of the Nintendo World that's like Nintendo themed has a lot of Zelda theming, which is making some people think that like, oh, Zelda's gonna be like an expansion to the Nintendo World in Epic Universe. It's not gonna be Islands of Adventure Lost Continent replacement, which I'm skeptical of. I think that Lost Continent Zelda just makes way too much sense. I feel like they wouldn't, I feel like they gotta do it, you know? I feel like that just makes way too much sense, and I expect that we'll see it. Damn it. I expect that that will be the answer, but, who knows? Who knows, really? The popular rumor for like expansion to Epic Universe as far as like Nintendo goes is Luigi's Mansion, which I think would make a lot of sense. And also it sort of ties into, you know, the Nintendo Land areas adjacent to the Monsters area. So you put like the Luigi's Mansion area between those two and perfect, right? Right? That's just about as good of a match as you could want. Is that as good as a transition that you could want if you wanted to like have transition between those two areas. By the way, one rumor that was like spinning around like Epic Universe was like people saying like, oh, they're gonna have it so that the hub maybe is just open all the time and the worlds individually close or the worlds individually get ticketing. And I'm pretty sure the answer was no, that's not how it works. And the portals do not have like, you know, they can't like stop people on the way in into the worlds and go like, okay, well, this world is closed. Sorry, hang out in the hub, I guess. At least, I haven't heard that being a thing. I guess I'll say I did go to Universe. Was that? No, that was Disney. I was about to say I was in Japan and I went to a park that had like a whole area roped off, but that was Disney Springs in Disney Sea. So different company, and also literally not even Disney. It's a different company from Disney that operate, you know, that pays Disney to be a Disney park, you know. So even there'd be no guarantee that even Disney would work like that. We've done 2 jumps. That's pretty good. I wonder how many jumps you have to do here.
Oh no!
It's exciting. Epic Universe is gonna be wonderful.
Oh no!
I'm gonna try to do 2 days there is my goal. I'm not sure like how exactly that's gonna be priced or like ticketed,
Oh no!
you know. But I imagine I'll do like a 3-day pass that includes 1 day of it, and then throw on a 4th day for whatever the fuck. You know, and I'll stay at Cabana Bay. I'm thinking Cabana Bay for my August trip. Cabana Bay is like a affordable resort in one of their affordable hotels that's actually adjacent to Volcano Bay, so I'll be able to go to Volcano Bay really easily. And Volcano Bay is fun. Thoughts on resorts by the beach? Never been to any. Never been to... actually, I think I've been to one. My parents once, like 10, 15 years ago, brought us as a family vacation. Not 10 years ago, more like 15 to 20 at this point, I think. Yeah, like 15 to 20 years ago, brought us to Pensacola when we were kids. I wasn't wild about that trip. It's just a beach. Pensacola isn't as fun as other areas with boardwalks, you know. I'll say we are going to me and my family, we're going to the Jersey Shore this year. A lot of my family, extended family, goes up there every year. We're going this year for the first time in like 6 years, and we got our own rented house. You know, like 1 floor of a. They got all these like houses in Ocean City specifically. I don't know about if like Atlantic City has this same sort of situation, but they got all these rental houses where you rent them 1 floor at a time, and then they have like 3 little rooms there, all nice and quaint, and typically like around 24 relatives all pack into as few houses as possible. We got one to ourselves. We're not sharing, and our aunts and uncles cannot come sleep on our couches. That's not going to be, we're not going to allow it. But apparently, a nice thing about that is that we're closer to the 5 tries left, let's go. We're closer to the boardwalk than we've ever been. We're like, usually it's like maybe a 10-20 minute walk to get to the actual, like, honest to God boardwalk. You know, before that, it's just like planks and wood. And then you get like stores and stuff like after walking for like 10 minutes from your chunk of the beach. But this time we're like, you know, as close as you can be, like pretty damn close. and I'm really excited to for that. That'll be fun. It'll be nice to have Cobra Brothers and you know, see my extended family
Oh
and have all the shenanigans that we do during that time. That is the week that Bonanza comes out, so I do want to stream from there if I can, but we'll see what happens. I want to stream my first time with Bonanza if I can from like vacay. Did I not pop one? It's fine. We'll do one more. Feel like I miscounted, but whatever. This could be the run. This could be it. We have one try left. And there it is.
Oh no!
And there it goes. Very cool level. Hard as hell, let me say. Let me hit dismiss. And go to the next level. Next level is by Countess Timpani. Excellent. Timpani, go ahead and confirm. Let me put that in chat so Timpani can see. I got some exciting vacations coming up this summer, and I'm really looking forward to them. And, you know, obviously they're not as exciting as the 3-week Japan trip that I went on last year, but, you know, a week in New Jersey, a week in Orlando, maybe a little less than a week, we'll see. You know, I'm planning 4 days in Orlando. Maybe if, you know, I got relatives in the area, maybe I'll hang out with them for a bit, part of that trip, you know, like add on a day on the end or something. Or maybe they'll come out to Epic Universe and hang out with me. Maybe that's, you know, maybe that's the thing, you know, maybe that's how they do. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see what happens. And, you know, expect me to talk a lot about Epic Universe, and I'll talk a little about New Jersey as well. There's really not much to say about New Jersey, honestly. Mac and Mango's is pretty good. Mac and Max, are they called Mac and Max or Mac and Mango? I forget. That's a pretty good pizza place on the old Ocean City Boardwalk. Cobra Bros is unrivaled. It's very hot. That's correct. Yes, very hot. Well, not as hot as like Texas or Orlando, Jersey, but still pretty hot. What else is there to say? There was a VR arcade last time I was there, but that was 6 years ago. I don't know if that's still a thing. There's some stores, there's some golfing. Oh, mini golfing. Definitely gonna do a lot of mini golfing. That's like the main thing you do on the boardwalk, I think. You go to the Gorilla, you go to the Jungle mini golf course, you go to the one that's black lights. Yeah, we did your course, Isaiah. Yeah, we did you. You go to the black lights golf course and like a couple others that are all spread out. And there are some like amusement park type places with some jank rides in them that you know, they're not to the level of like a real theme park, but I'll ride those rides that they had. I don't remember, Isaiah. Submit another one. Check the VOD later, if you want to see. My hair always goes up when I'm wearing these headphones in the back. Does not behave. I'll say, I think I only have... this is the last card before the lightning round. This card reads, is having the lightning round on a card good? For the last couple weeks, I've had the lightning round be activated by card rather than by time, which has been, I think, okay. Has resulted in some first rounds being longer than they've ever been before. But so far, I think that's been alright. And, you know, for like... I do think it's good, hey, Caliber Gaming. I do think it's good that when we have so much anime to discuss, you can find it on the timestamp and go like, okay, this section of the stream is pretty much where all the anime is sequestered in the lightning round before the queue is closed, particularly. And I think that's just pretty clean and a pretty good way of doing it. I think next week we might go back to just the normal way, especially because, yeah, send another level, go ahead. Especially because, like, I don't know, like, how much there's gonna be to discuss next week. I mean, we can discuss whether or not we've gotten pre-orders yet next week. We can discuss, like, we can discuss Mario Kart Direct next week. That's 2 things. There's certain games that are out now that, I will have probably played a lot more of by then. We can discuss that. There's stuff to discuss for sure. And even if there's not, I'll find a way to make it last. But like, you know, we'll see. I think this is good for like these particular anime-heavy weeks where there's too much to talk about. But otherwise, you know, there's no reason to. What's going on here? POW blocks. We need POW blocks. Nico Nico Ni. That's the thing from Love Life. Did I already show you my challenging level? Oh, this, I have to run through this like 13 times in a row. Timer doesn't seem tight though, so let's do it then. Nico Nico Ni, Nico Nico Ni, Nico Nico Ni. Yes, it's 13 loops. Hey Clouds, how hard of a level do you want? As hard as you like. Though I will say... Oh, did Countess Timpani confirm? No, not yet. Okay. I will say we will be going into the lightning round pretty soon here. So... keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, and we'll have fewer lives per level, even for those who are present. So, look forward to that, I guess. Be aware of that being a thing. Whatever. I'll say this shore is gonna be the first time that, like, I've been there in like, you know, like I said, 6 years. Certain... Like, my cousin's kids now are probably, like, what, 12, 13? Like, the last I saw them at the shore, they were, like, 5 or 6, you know? They're basically little people now, you know, coming into their own, being little people who are, like, as intelligent enough as you could want to, like, sustain a conversation, right? Like, we'll be able to talk to them now. Isn't that weird? I mean, I did see them like 2 years ago for funeral, but they were still a little bit shy at that point, apparently. Though I did tell my cousin's kid last time I saw them about Deltarune. I struck up conversation with him and, you know, mentioned like, oh, you know, he likes Undertale, and it's like, oh, did you hear about Deltarune? A tree? Like, oh, and then he went and then he he asked his dad, like, can I download this? And he's like, a tree. Like, okay, go ahead. So that was cute. Deltarune is great. I hope he enjoyed it. That was like 2 years ago. You know, time flies, you know? God. It'll also be interesting to see all the relatives. Some of them could not make the funeral 2 years ago. You know, was it like a year and a half ago? Like a year and a half ago. And as such, I haven't seen them in like, you know, more like 8 years in some cases. Which, I guess actually, no, 6 years. 6 years since the last time we were all together. That'll be something. That'll be something. Are we on pace to do this? I don't know. A timeout counts for all of our lives. Yeah, we are making progress. Every time we go through, another POW gets hit. And, the real question is, are we going fast enough? Because the timer's like almost halfway down, and we are not quite to halfway. You're just waiting for me to mess up? That seems very likely, especially if I start doing exactly this, taking chances. Maybe we lost too much time on the first one, where we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know we needed to hurry. Maybe we're going to go faster. You have to be holding right the entire time. You're gonna die? Well, I can start doing that now, but that's gonna cause me to die. Okay. Non-stop Nico Nico Ni is what it says, and no one's cleared it yet, so keep that in mind. And sure enough, just as soon as we, like, start rushing, we start dying. This'll be the nephew's first shore. He'll be, like, 1.5 by the time of, the shore. I wonder if that'll be a thing that we keep on doing, like, well into, his, like, teens, you know? When he's, like, a little person. Or if, like, when my grandma dies, the last of my grandparents, if that's like, okay, shore's off. Grandma was the only one holding our clan together. We're all done now. Done now as an extended clan. I don't know. Ooh, that was a level. That was a hell of a level, Countess Timpani. You certainly do source or create some interesting sadism, I guess. Interesting sadism, every week, from you, most of the time, sometimes, maybe not all the times, a lot of the times. You're the one who submits those, like, you know, keep on jumping for 500 seconds type situations. Juggle a fucking spike ball for 500 seconds, right? Thank you for the level. No confirmation means we're moving on. And it is time now for Rock Party. Let's do one more level here. Let's do one more level outside the lightning round. And then I will pop the next card, which will start the lightning round and starts anime talk. There's been a lot of anime that's aired in the last week, and we're going to discuss every one of them 3 at a time, and we're gonna get through them. It's not gonna take us that long, but you know, let's do it to it. Any other topics to discuss before we get in? I mean, I could discuss more vacay stuff. I'm excited. It's still a ways away. It's gonna be nice to have the Nintendo Switch 2 in the plane, and ideally, assuming I'm able to get a pre-order in and all that, or otherwise get it from a shop if I can't. We'll see what happens with all that. We live in interesting times, you know? We live in interesting times right now, and, not really granted. It really shouldn't be taken for granted we can get all the same products as we could, like, before. I just hope that I'm able to get that analog 64 controller that they're making. That comes out on time and isn't, like, delayed, pushed off, etc. Due to tariffs and all that. I just hope that, like, all the companies that make, like, the best versions of products in the world, like Elgato and Retro Tank, you know, they have very niche markets. Very niche markets. Basically just, like, streamers who care to invest in their, craft. That's basically the market for Retro Tank, for Elgato, you know, like, people who don't care, they can just pick up a $20 one that's ass, you know, that doesn't work very well, but people who do care, they get an Elgato. So, you know, you gotta get the people who care about quality in addition to just, like, you know, streamers. The streamers that have, like, at least a little bit of disposable income, you know, whether they have a good day job or if they're, like, making it, you know. making it big. I'm the one that has a day job that can fund all the things that I want, that I look upon with envy, you know? That's how I do. Thank you for level synergy box. I look at things with envy. I hear that people get like, oh, you got an Elgato? Or you got like a... What's it? You got like a retro tink? Oh. I didn't know how that claw was gonna work, but it really messes you up. I thought when I first saw that claw, it'd be a good thing to land in it. No wonder last time me jumping over it was successful. That's the way you gotta do it. Hell. I'm worried for all those companies, you know? I feel like it's important that... I believe that we should all have access and be able to buy, if we want, the best things in the world. You know, the best cars, the best whatever. You know, the best whatever the fucks. And if they're twice the price that should be because of tariffs, that just... will put some people out of business, you know? Like, Jesus Christ, like a lot of these industries, they're marginal already, right? Very niche already, and double the price? Forget about it. I hope that Elgato is going to be fine, you know? I hope that... Now, Elgato's pretty well known. Is Elgato part of a big company? Are they like part of Logitech or something? Blue is part of Logitech, the microphones that happen. Is Elgato just independent? They just do their own thing? They make the best capture cards. They make the Stream Deck, which is an excellent piece of hardware. They make some excellent collapsible green screens. You know, I do wonder, like, on a certain level, like, if you put... One thing I was thinking about as far as Elgato goes, right? If you put this line of products in front of, like, Shark Tank, what would they think? Like, okay, we got the best capture card in the industry. We got this niche piece of hardware that's great for streamers specifically, who wish to manage streams conveniently with customized hotkeys and like hierarchical menus and things of that nature, whilst at a couch or something. Easily, conveniently. And we also got collapsible green screens that, you know, a lot of people like. You think a Shark Tank will go like, oh man, that's so niche. How the fuck do you make a profit? How the hell are you making money with such niche products? Or you think they go like, you know what? You're like a class leader, you know? You're the best in your particular field, and the audience trusts you for like quality. Now, they can't always afford you, so, you know, it's sort of an aspirational thing. Is it good to be an aspirational product? Well, if your price is double, no. Absolutely not, because being an aspirational product like that just means that you put in the money already, so, like, your supply is doubling in price. That fucks you. That fucks you up. A lot of companies are gonna have major ass problems. A lot of companies are gonna go out of business. Even if it's just China. I'm very sad for all this, and I hope that, like, you know, we'll still be able to get good things. There's the whole, you know, a card I could have made, but I didn't. There's the whole, like, micro SD thing. Micro Express SD thing, where there's the new format that the Switch 2 takes for micro SD cards. And that format is just not very popular yet. It isn't really used outside of the Switch 2. No, you know, like the camera manufacturers said, like, no, we don't want this, basically. And Nintendo Switch is the first product you'll like, yeah, we'll put it in there. That's the one for us. It's like an SSD, but in micro card form. You know, it's an SD card that's an SSD, basically. Has, like, the right read speeds of SSD. which is pretty amazing. But, like, they're selling out, and readers don't exist for them yet. And, really gotta wonder, like, fuck. We got progress. Hey, we're back here again. You really gotta wonder, right? Like, how is that gonna scale up? You know, in any other market, in any other economy, you'd say, like, okay, well, there's gonna be some really good micro SD express products, readers, you know, higher capacity cards within like a year or so, and the price will come down as well, as it has with previous card technology. But like, those tariffs, man, they're gonna prevent anything like that from happening, and it's gonna be hard to expand your Switch 2's memory for the time being. Let it be said, this isn't like a Nintendo problem, you know? This isn't like, oh, they made a bad decision making it so we were required to get this new memory style, but no, don't think of it that way. It's just that this new memory is fast. You know, it basically is as fast as an SSD, able to function the same way as one of those would, and you need that kind of speed for the Switch 2 for reasons. So the games all load consistently and stuff, consistently fast. You know, there's a good reason why they're necessitating it, but it's gonna be rough until, like, you know, the market adapts, and also, you know, it's probably gonna be rough for longer because of the tariff situation. Everything's because of the tariff situation right now. I hope, you know, this whole fucking thing is so fucking weird and unstable. We could be talking about this still, like, next December, you know, and the shortages, supply chain issues could be like the talk of the town, like, for the next year or so, or it's possible that, like, this all crap will be off the table by this time next year, and we will, you know, by then we'll be saying, like, okay, well, it's possible in a week from now, they'll say, oh, never mind, it's all canceled. No more trade war. We won! We won, everyone! Huzzah! Everyone back to business as usual. Yeah, that's right, we're getting to here. 4 more years, that's true. I mean, 2 more years and there's midterms, right? Like, fucking, with all this instability, it's the economy, stupid. If the economy is such a bellwether, as it always is, then this sort of instability, this sort of chaos, will definitely usher in some Democrats, at which point, impeach this motherfucker. You know, I saw a good tweet following... we didn't even mention the allegations of insider trading. After the allegations of insider trading, they basically went like, you know, if I was a congressman and I was invested in the stock market, I would simply impeach the president, and that would cause the stock market to soar, you know? Like, that would be an instant bit of insider trading right there. Just buy now, impeach, and bing bang boom, you've made tons of money. That's gotta be the real trick to doing some insider trading. Impeach the motherfucker, and we'll be sitting pretty. You know, stock market will soar, the tariffs will disappear. What's Shady Vance think of tariffs? That's a concern. He will be impeached or dead by 4 years from now, I think. He is an old man, he might die. I think it has been, you know, people had been speculating, like, dude is not gonna last the entire 4 years, is it? Is he? He's like as old as Biden was, correct? He's not gonna be in his right mind that long. I mean, he seems to still be able to speak and stuff, you know, unlike Joe Biden, but, you know, he's gonna get there pretty soon, at which point, like, yeah, no, Grandpa gotta go. Let's get the economy back on track and all that. You know, trade war over. It could be as soon as next week that things change entirely. I don't know. No one knows. Timer is up. You know, you could look on this stream and be like, oh, this is so topical. You're talking about something that ended, like, you know, the week after this. Or this could be, like, the talk of the town for the next year. The next 4 years. Editing. The whole, like, interesting times that we live in. Thank you for the level, Timpani. This is gonna be the last of the, first round, by the way. We're gonna go to the lightning round after this. And we're gonna pull a card that, declares it. Two more lives. We're getting farther than we ever have, you know, hey, progress, progress, progress. I mean, I do have some question of, like, can I do this part consistently? When we get to the lightning round, am I going to be able to get to this part on 7 lives? I don't know, but we will find out. And of course, you know, definitely will play this outside the lightning round in the future. Good progress, good stuff. How long is it? Is there another section above the area that we haven't gotten to yet? Yeah, looks like, looking at that thumbnail, it looks like there's another section in the outside. I wonder if there's a checkpoint for that area, though. I don't see a check. Oh, wait, no. There is, I think that's a checkpoint. It's so small, but, like, below, right near where, on the bottom half of the screen before it goes to the black, it looks like there's a little flag. I'm not sure if that's a flag. I wonder if that's a flag. Could be a flag. Could be a flag. Thank you, Rock Party. That was good. Let me go ahead and dismiss. Mortis is up next. Go ahead and confirm Mortis. Double tap home to zoom. Oh, I didn't think of that. Hang on. You can do that? Does that work? Do I have to enable that? Played courses. Because we liked it ages and ages ago. I think you have to enable. I don't have that enabled. I'll enable it though. Enable double tap home to zoom in. Remind me tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow to enable double tap to zoom in. Siri should be able to understand if I say remind me after saying another thing. Switch the order around. That seems... Siri's not that smart, I guess. Mortis, you're gonna have to confirm. Let me go ahead and put thing in chat for you, Mortis. And my throat feels like ass. How do I get out of here? Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Here we go. Come on! Get me out of here! I'm hitting B! I'm hitting B! What are you doing, game? I can't scroll up to the X. What the hell's going on? What, am I in an endless loop? Is there any way of getting out of this? Yes. If I hit play and exit course, that should work. That's how we get out of this endless loop. What the hell happened there? How did I get into an endless loop? Never seen that before. Is that a glitch you've seen? Please tell me I'm free. No! Yeah! Yes! Okay, good, we're free. It looks like I was, but now I'm not. Black hole averted. That's an interesting glitch. That's an interesting glitch right there. Some interesting sadism tonight, perhaps. Yes, between that one level Timpani gave me and that UI situation. Hey, Zach C. Interesting sadism indeed. Sadism or sadism? Which way do you say that? I don't know. There's some interesting sadism in the world going on. I suppose you could consider the news to be sadistic as well. I'm totally saying that wrong, aren't I? Folks, do you know what time it is? It is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will play. I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 2 extra lives in several circumstances. 1 if it's the first level of the night. 2 if the level has a clear rate below 1%. 3 if it's a super world. Those are the 3 circumstances. The first level of the night where the person is here. Sadistic. Sadist is sadist. Okay. What about sadism? Sadism. Is it sadism or sadism? That one maybe feels right to say sadism rather than sadistic. The language is interesting. We'll be in this mode for the rest of the thing, and also, by the way, a card did say... I was supposed to pull a card that says it's time for the lightning round. This is not how we usually trigger the lightning round, so I'm not really used to it. I'll say, during this lightning round, I have a lot of anime to discuss that came out this week. It's the second big week of, like, dozens of anime starting, and, like, we're gonna cover them 3 at a time between each level, okay? Okay. Between each level, I will pull 3 cards and talk about 3 anime really quickly, and then we'll do the next one, you know, we'll do the next level, and we'll just go, and that'll give people time to get ones in, and around the time we get through all 21 shows, I think there's 21 shows, around the time we get through all of those, that'll be when the queue will close, and we'll wrap up whatever we have left, okay? Okay. Oh, there'll be one more anime card after all that, which basically... In fact, let's just get that one out of the way first. I dropped the beginning after the end, and the brilliant healer's new life in the shadows. The first one seemed kind of boring after giving it more chance. Didn't really rise above generic isekai. And brilliant healer, meh. Kind of a boring second episode, which didn't impress me none. And the first one being a weird thing that confused me. I guess it makes sense why they started with an episode that really emphasized, like, hey, eventually he gets a harem. Because, like, otherwise, the, like, origin story episode kind of sucked. So, like, you know, it's like, okay, well, this seems like it sucks. So, what the fuck? Out of here, out of here. We've already started some anime talk. Mortis, I haven't seen any confirmation from Mortis, so if you are not here, the same thing is true as before. Also, it is worth noting, we have 2 things here that can come into play anytime from our Twitch subscribers. Anyone who's a Twitch subscriber can at any time do one of 2 things, and they're especially relevant during the lightning round. That is the Express Pass, which lets you skip to the front of the line, but we only get 3 lives refreshing at checkpoint, and there are those ones, those particular heads. And we can also, at any time during when we have limited lives and we run out, specifically, ideally, we can do an instant refresh that takes us back to 7 lives, and you can do that during your own level or during someone else's level, whatever you want to do, but you can do one of those once, mutually exclusive. We'll probably see one of them, considering that, you know, 06i is currently subbed, and there's some other subs as well. There's a good amount of subs right now, relative to, usual. let's go though. With Mortis, I haven't seen a confirmation, so let's do the level sudden death style. And again, these refresh at checkpoints. So if we see one of those, we can get back up to 2, even if we've lost our lives. Looks like it's just a series of puzzle rooms where we have to do some precise loop platforming. Woo! Checkpoint. It's gonna be easy. This is gonna be easy. This is gonna be easy. Look at this crap. It's gonna be easy. Well, it's pretty doable. Not yet, Isaiah. I'm pretty sure you're still like a couple down. Yeah. There's a lot in queue tonight. I'll say we got like 10 levels in the queue. We will be here for bits, even after even after we do even after we finish these the anime talk. We'll have other things to discuss, and I'll say we do have other things to discuss. Mostly games I've been playing, including one that I started yesterday on stream that you might have seen, and you might hear people talking about. We'll talk about that later. There's a certain prince who bears mentioning. Talk about that, after last call, basically, is the plan there. That's the order of things tonight. Did we just get a checkpoint? I think we just got a second checkpoint, didn't we? Easy! 2 tries and that's it. Let's go. That's all we needed. Excellent. Excellent, Mortis. I appreciate it. Feels good. Feels good. Let me hit, complete. And bring up the next level. Artist just said he, excellent artist, but it is time to do the first 3 pull. Okay, let's do it. Here's some anime. Luigi, we got a request to change to Luigi through channel points, so I will do that. By the way, the Pikmin are on the fritz. That's why they're disabled. They didn't work today. I don't know what's up with them. I'll check them before next stream and see if they're working then. I watched the first episode of Fire Force Season 3. I watched the first episode of Can a Boy-Girl Friendship Survive? And I watched the first episode of The Tabletop Detective. Is that what it says? It's covered by my audio mixer on my end. Let me move my audio mixer out of the way. The Dinner Table Detective. There we go. That's the name. And when anime is shown, I show this. Fire Force is back. It's Fire Force. The stakes are higher than ever. That's all I have to say about that one. If you know Fire Force, you know Fire Force. Pretty much the same as always. I thought that the I think that this show, boy-girl friendship, seems very good. It's about this like currently plutonic, very close pair of friends who are like overly familiar with each other, such that, you can easily see them as a couple, even though they're not officially a couple. And dude runs an Etsy, and that's pretty cool as like a, interest. And his lady friend, she like promotes his Etsy products for him and stuff. They have a good working relationship. And in comes the third girl, threatens the thing. You can see that things are coming to a head by the end of the first episode. And like, I think there's good chemistry. They like get on famously, I would say. I like it a bunch. I think that's a real good romantic triangle thing, and I'm gonna watch the next episode of that after the stream, I guess, sometime. Dinner Table Detective is some sort of detective thing where, like, it's set up where you learn, like, okay, the main character is like a rich girl who is trying to hide her rich part and be like a Sherlock Holmes type, but she's not very good at it, and neither is the guy she's working for. And apparently, if you read the description there, apparently the gimmick is that like, oh, her butler comes around along and says like, oh, I'll solve it for you. she calls upon Luigi essentially, and that part didn't happen at the end of the first episode. So like, the mystery was bland. I need to see like how the mystery unfolds, the good part, before I can like cut it or not cut it. But to be determined, basically, is where I'm at with that. I wrote there, is Sherlock tease anything? You know, like cock tease, but Sherlock tease? I don't think it's anything, unfortunately. But that's sort of my thoughts as far as that goes. My bet would be it gets cut, considering that Friday is usually pretty busy. And, like, that first episode was like, you know, it was a mystery show that was like, okay, this seems like a very simple mystery that I don't care about. You know, and that's, strike one, you know. Maybe when the mystery actually comes to a head and there's like the big conclusion, I will be more positive on it. But you know, to be determined on that. Yeah, I don't really look that much at the studio making it myself, so I don't know about that. I think it's on Amazon, by the way, that particular show. Amazon picking up a lot of shows this season, which is kind of annoying considering that every time, you know, you watch a show on Amazon, after it finishes, it's just like, they make Free Run and Orb. Oh, that is a Trillion game. That is a roster. That's pretty. That they have a pedigree there. I don't know though. I didn't really care for this episode that much, but I'm gonna give it more episodes, you know, and wait until it like has its big detective moment. You know, what I saw was just like a couple of goober detectives really like failing at everything and being like, you know, in Phoenix, right, when you get the answers wrong, and Phoenix is just like, oh geez, I don't know what's going on. Can I try again? It sort of reminded me of that. And maybe that's funny. And maybe like when the butler just like Luigi's it for them, you know, solves it for them, it'll be good, but I'm really not certain after one episode. Let's go. The thing about, I was gonna say, the thing that's annoying about like, we'll do Toadette heads, that's fine. The thing that's annoying about like, Amazon is that when you finish an episode, it's often just like, okay, next up is, what's it, Townhouse Rules or some shit you never heard of, and it's just like, no, it's not. That's not what's next up. What's next up is, what? To Your Eternity got a season 3? What? Really? What's next up is something on another service. I'm not about to watch, Airplane 2, Amazon. Nice guess, but no. They don't quite got it. They don't quite got it nailed in. Like what screwed in, like what I want to watch after. And honestly, I would like to see the old OPED in its full glory. To Your Eternity ended with... Didn't To Your Eternity end with a flash forward to the very far future? Where, like, this sort of conflict is a matter of the past? Didn't it, like, you know, be like, and he lived forever, and happy days? Wasn't that how To Your Eternity went? Oh, by the way, if this is a repeating checkpoint level, the way that this works is that every time we pass a repeating checkpoint and get progress, we can refresh our things. So if we pass one without any new progress, it doesn't count. But like every red coin that we get will allow us to re-trigger a refresh, basically. It's the modern era? Okay, shit. I guess they're continuing from there. That, to me, read like end of the series type stuff, so I'm really surprised by that. To Your Eternity is fucking great. And just got better as it went. Was it on season 2? I guess it was like a 2-core situation, wasn't it? It had like a... How was I supposed to do that? That seems like a fucked up situation there. I got some shit on the screen on my television, like right near the center of the screen. I should clean it off and get that out of the way. You need something else to get that coin? Okay, so don't go under, is what I'm hearing. Wait until I get a boot or something. Man, it's gonna be good when Mario Maker 3 happens. You know, Mario Maker 3, I'll say, like, something I think about a bit. Fuck. Things have been going pretty good on this channel, you know, and this Twitch channel, YouTube channel, etc. But, like, I'll say, like, my main game being Mario Maker 2, and me having started doing this stream, like, in 2021, this channel in 2021, like, well after Mario Maker 2 had basically, like, fallen out of the limelight. I gotta imagine when Mario Maker 3 happens, and it's like, you know, there's, like, big interest in Mario Maker again, that's gonna be pretty good for this channel. I don't know. Not to toot my own horn, but we have a pretty good way of doing, like, a thing that very much favors traditional makers and traditional levels. A setup that is very favorable for them, and I reckon that, like, you know, giving people making... If people are making levels in the quantities that, like, they aren't now, it's gonna be a lot more, like, it's gonna be like good eating, you know? We're gonna be feasting. That's something Dave Lang said like 5-10 years ago. He tried to make a thing. I don't think it ever was a thing. Feasting, we're feasting. Traditional makers fell off. Yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of traditional makers, from my end, but, you know, I might just have, like, the, I might just cultivate an audience that, like, you know, is very traditional heavy, you know, considering that, considering Mario Pokemon game style? That'd be interesting if there were, like, game styles that weren't, core Mario. Though I will say, my expectation for a game style other than Wonder would be Yoshi's Island. I would do a Yoshi's Island theme with the watercolors and all that. That would be my pick for Mario Maker 3, Yoshi's Island. I think that would be, excellent. Things are going well, to be clear, but, like, you know, Mario Maker 2 is not the most popular game in the world. And when Mario Maker 3 launches, it's easy to imagine it will be, at least for, like, a bit. A couple years, at least. Maybe a year or two. I mean, Mario Maker 2 was never the most popular game, but it did have a heyday. It did have, like, a time at which loads of people were doing everything and trying to get in it. And, like, Mario Maker 3, it's gonna have, like, the, you know, it's gonna have the mouse support, so that's just gonna be excellent. That's just gonna be... People are gonna get way into that. Feel like the mouse controls are gonna be, like, the best, you know, the best thing ever for, like, getting people to get in and stay in, you know? People struggled with the controller controls, I feel like. That was, like, the main thing that kept Mario Maker 2 from becoming, like, a Mario Maker 1, you know, style situation. I adapted real fast. I got the hang of it, and, you know, I make... Honestly, I don't know if they introduced touch controls, if I would use them. I mean, when I make on the go, when I make on my, when I'm playing portably, I use the, even then, I use the controller controls. I'm just used to them and all. This reminds me of Yoshi's Story. The dragons. We got a coin. What do we do with it, though? We got a coin, we got progress, but where do we like go to get our progress locked in? Up here, I guess. I'm really confused, and I don't see anything here. What other third-party styles would be good? Well, a Donkey Kong Country style would just be beautiful, but I also think like that thing would be like probably not feasible for any number of reasons. I'll say like my ask as far as DKC like DKC representation in a Mario Maker, you know, in the same way that like Zelda is represented. I would like barrel cannons. That's been my ask for a while, and I will maintain that like yeah, put barrel cannons in there and it'll be that'll be good. I would love that. You know, I would get such good use out of them. You know, and they would make for such fun transitions between like areas and stuff. Woolly World? Yeah, that's never happening. I really don't understand what's going on here. This feels like cheese, but I have a feeling that it's not cheese. In fact, like, fuck, if this isn't evidence that it's not cheese, that's... Are we going backwards? We might be going backwards. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going... Where we're going. Are we supposed to just, like, climb out now? I can climb out now. Oh, crap. Well, this is all fucked. Maybe I needed to keep that power up. Indeed. Definitely needed to keep that power up if I wanted to get this, considering it's a dead end. We had one try left, and there we go. It's that's it. That's the last try. I think that was a really good last try, though, so, you know, jot that down. I don't know what I was supposed to do to get back. Interesting sadism tonight. Interesting sadism tonight. Interesting sadism all the time. Every week, but also tonight. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one by Killer, who is here. Just said F in the chat. Excellent, excellent, excellent. How about we gotta do another 3. Another 3 pull. Let's go. 3 more anime. Here we go. Bang, bang, boom. I watched since the last stream, since the last Mario Maker stream, since last Friday, Annie Shirley, Yaiba, Samurai Legend, and I've been killing slimes for 300 years, and I maxed out my level. Season 2. Anime, and next. Okay, Annie Shirley seems very beautiful, very cute. And is a little low-key thing about set in like a regular-ass world with a particular little girl who is just very precocious, very like, she has a lot of energy, a lot of personality, and she just is a big talker. She talks a lot, and it's kind of charming, like how long she says. This isn't this an American thing? Is it? It's in Japanese. The language of it is in Japanese, but I'm not familiar with Anne of the Green Gables, so I can't really speak to that. It sounds like eventually, you know, the start of it, the first episode is her being adopted, basically, being an orphan and then, you know, finding a place where she can, you know, have a home. And it's really sweet and good. And it seems like eventually she'll grow up and go to college, it says there. So I'm not clear about like where it's going, but I was really impressed by the first episode, and it's real good. I don't know if it's an American thing, but the voice acting was in Japanese. If it's like American produced, that's a surprise to me. Um, the Answer Studio. I've never heard of them, so you know your guess is as good as mine there. I would recommend that one. Yaiba is one of those old shows that's been remade with like unlimited production values, basically. You know, similar to like Urusei Yatsura or what's that other one that I really liked actually, that I really loved? Ranma. I don't think this is as good as either of those, to be clear. It's you know, Ranma, I feel like, oh, this absolutely whips. This makes sense that they would remake it. They would bring it back. This looks like something that was mid back in the 80s and has that same sort of like old-timey feel as far as like how the comedy is set up, and like, oh, you got a bunch of weird jokers and one straight man who is an annoyed teenage girl, you know, and it's like, okay, right, this isn't bad, but like, I don't know. I don't think it really has as much of a good angle as like as like even Urusei Yatsura, which at least you could say like, okay, this main character is such a dirtbag. That's like unique and novel. This guy's just a samurai kid who's like fights guys good, and they spent a lot of money on it. And you know, I'll say for my part, I can't help but look at this and go like, couldn't you have funded like? Surely there's new ideas that deserve to get this amount of funding, right? I've never heard of this show before, and it seems like a really old thing that has all the properties of a really old thing. If you like really old anime, and maybe if you've even seen it before, maybe you'll like it. I can't cut it considering like how expensive and like well done it is, but once I know like how many shows are on Saturday, I'll probably give it the axe, I would bet. And Killing Slime Season 3 is back, or Season 2 is back for Season 2. It's really good. It was a fun and comfy first episode. The whole gang is there, as always, and yeah, I like it a lot. No real comments there. There's really not much to say other than like the first season was excellent, and I'm looking forward to the second season. Existing shows, you can kind of just say like, okay, yeah, if you know the first season, you probably know what's the deal with the new season. Unless you're talking Blue Lock, in which case, you know, you can say like, well, there was some sort of qualitative drop in quality between seasons. Something happened there. I don't know. Ah. Let's do the level. Woo woo woo. Yeah, and Shirley, definitely one of the good shows I've seen so far, and you know you can sort of see when I pull out those cards. Some of them are marked as like some of them are marked with check marks, you know, and other ones of them are marked with X's and question marks. The ones with the green check marks, those are the ones I'm sure about, and there's a lot that I'm not so sure about. That I could go either way on. TBD. Though I suspect with a lot of them, you know, it's just a matter of like, okay, well, if I have too many anime already, the ones that I'm not sure about, they're just gonna get the axe. You know, a lot of cases I feel like I'm just watching and going like, yeah, this is good. This is definitely not bad. This is a quality thing. And then I watch another show and I go like, oh yeah, fuck yes, here we go! Yes, this is great! I wanna see this! And then I realize like, well, there's one show where I'm like, it's not bad, and there's another show where I'm like, ooh! And you gotta think like, okay, clearly, threshold needs to be like, ooh, you know, not, eh? you know, there needs to be a threshold as far as like what I watch. You know what I mean? But we'll see. I'll think about all that crap. I do think like just being a little more cut happy might be a good idea, just for like the sake of my free time, you know? Then again, I like having a good amount of shows every day. Oh, by the way, let me say I didn't check out Moonrise. Moonrise is an odd one where they put up the whole season at once. And I said like, okay, well that doesn't fit into my my watching plans. Like, look, I can take on 1 episode a week, right? Of any show. I can't take on 12 at once. Sorry, goodbye, later. It might be really good, I wouldn't know. I didn't try it. Don't have that kind of, flex in my schedule, you know? I don't really care for the Netflix style of release, honestly. I like a 1 a week situation. That's my preference. And I literally never watched, like, the 2nd or 3rd season or whatever of, that show where the girl yells. Where the girl sings karaoke. You know the one. With the Hello Kitty characters. I never watched the 2nd or 3rd season of that because it was all at once, and I never found time to fit that all in. You know. 1 episode a week I can do. 100 at once? No. I don't see why you can't try watching 1 a week even if it's fully released. It's a psychological thing. I like to be up to date, you know? It's one thing if I'm talking about a show and saying like, you know, like, oh, I've seen every episode. Let me talk about what I've seen so far. It's another thing to say like, okay, well, I've seen 3 episodes. There's 20 left. Some of you have seen all 20 of them. All 23 of them. Some of you have not seen any of them. Let me talk about it broadly, you know? I like the water coolerness of just like, it is, you know, I've seen what I've seen. And, you know, it makes sense in my head. I don't know. Movies are a one and done thing. Yeah, it works for movies. But like, series are longer than movies, if they're all out at once. You know, there's also shows that came out last year where I didn't watch them for reasons, and I probably should. Like, ones that were not officially brought over to American streaming services. I should try those out before I try out, like, Moonrise or other shows, you know? It's like, when it's all out at once, you're getting into a longer line, basically. Like, for shows that come out on Mondays, it's like, okay, well, there's only, like, a couple of shows in that queue, actually, right now. But for shows that come out that are all out, it's like, okay, get in line with the shows I'm rewatching, the shows that from last year that I should have watched, get in line with like shows from 5 years ago I should have watched. Get in line is basically the message there, whereas like 1 a week, shows that come out 1 a week are just different insofar as like, yeah, I'll just a little at a time keep up with them, and it's justifiable because they're brand new. I don't know. Part of this is all mental, I'm sure. How about another 3? Here are 3 more. 3 more shows. I watched the first episode of Kowloon Generic Romance. I watched the first episode of From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman. And I watched the first episode of Classical Stars. Run through these real quick. Kowloon seems really neat, really interesting. It is sort of a romantic thing, full of like weird, tense emotions and like tender feelings. It's about like some realtors who are like, you know, harboring some interesting romantic tensions. And also there's some odd reality thing going on. Odd reality stuff going on where like, we're like, I'm not really sure like what's going on with the world, the city they live in. There's like a mystery to it, which is pretty cool. It's sort of a romantic mystery. I found to be quite effective, quite romantically solid, and then when the mystery like starts getting laid in, it's like, ooh, where's it going? I think this is really solid. Speaking of solid, I'll also say that Country Bumpkin is also solid. It's another dude stronger than he thinks he is, but it's not for laughs. It's not a comedy one of those. Instead, it's more like a cool, earnest one of those. He's OP in neat ways. He has like a lot of students who like, oh, you know, we all trained with this guy and we're like the best of the best now because we trained with a guy who is clearly best of the best. And he's just like, I don't know, man, I'm just a regular guy. But he's like shrewd and pragmatic and like observant. He's good at observing people and things. And I thought it was a quite good first episode and pretty fun and worth watching. I'm gonna watch it. And finally, of this next set of 3, people do have different ways of consuming media. Mine is I like a per week thing, little at a time. You know, I like to lock in with a show and you know, have something new to watch every week. Classic Stars sucked. It starts off with like a 3D music performance that was a remix of like classical music. And when the show started and it was playing some classical music, I was just like, fuck off. Okay, hang on. I should reel back. And then they made it a remix and I said, oh, fuck the fuck off. And then I kept going just to see like, where's it going? Where's it going? And then eventually they said like, oh, hey, Beethoven. Hey, Mozart. And I was just like, oh, fuck all the way off. Fuck all the way off. I'm out of here. What the fuck is this shit? I turned it off at that point. It ranged from torturous to eye-rolly. Like, a lot of the characters are eye-rolly. And the music stuff is like unpleasant. Bad is the short version of that. Not good. Observation is quite a soft skill that's easy to dismiss. I mean, I'll say part of it is that, like, you know, I'm trying out all these shows and trying to figure out which ones I'm gonna stick with. And what I'm looking for is like something to watch every day, right? Something new every day to watch. I could just easily go like, okay, instead of something new, I can watch something old. Like I can rewatch, you know, I started watching Kill la Kill, rewatching that a week ago. And since all these new shows have started, I haven't had time to like finish it off. But I'm like real close to the end here, you know. I could just watch an episode of that a night. I could rewatch something else and watch an episode of that every night. But instead, it's just, I like more to watch new things and then have takes on them and, you know, thoughts about them, that sort of thing. Just makes sense to me. And I think that that's kind of the way that, like, people who do what I do, you know, not streaming, but, like, simulcast following do. Like, that's just how you do. You watch a couple shows a day, and, you know, it's just something to do every day. Reliable entertainment delivered at a good cadence. This is a fun, tide goes up, tide goes down level. I like all the, like, different ways of playing with the spikies, you know, whether it's spinies, whether it's better to go above them while the water is high versus the water is low. It's a cool design, and one that's fun to engage with. I just saw a fly. Definitely saw a fly. Saw a fly a second time. Goddamn flies. It's been a while since I saw flies. I hate those fucking guys. Need to make sure my flycatcher thing is like operating at peak efficiency. In that case, I need to wait for it to be down. I have like lights that have like sticky pads under them. You know what? I haven't checked those in a long while. Bugs haven't been a problem in a bit. I bet you those are full up. I bet there's no real estate to land on those things and get trapped to death. I need to fix that and get that sorted. Oh, cool. Frog suit. Everyone engages with things in different ways, you know? Some people just play... You know, I usually play as far as games goes. I play old games, like on stream and when I'm not doing anything else. And I play new ones while replay, typically. And I play new ones, you know, keeping up with the game releases as much as I can. And that's how I like to do things. You know, other people, they play games from 5 years ago that they've never played before. And have a great time, and that's cool. Oh, hey, we're swimming now, and, like a falling ceiling level. Have I ever seen a falling ceiling level? I mean, it's not just a falling... It's a downhill vertical level. I've seen levels like that before, but very few of them have had ceilings of spinies up top, and admittedly this one doesn't always have that, but oh wow, that's neat. That's pretty neat, having to jump over those guys when the water goes down. That just works too well. This works too well. Good job. Whoever made this in this collaboration of a super world that 06i has provided. That was careless. Cool, good. Did we get a checkpoint? We might have gotten a checkpoint. We might have needed to refresh our doodads, but doesn't matter. It's fine either way. Excellent. Let me hit complete 06i. Bring up the next one by Clouds. Clouds. Go ahead and confirm. Clouds, go ahead and say whatever you want. To confirm. Meanwhile, another 3. Pull another 3 real fast. I watched in the last week, Witch Watch, the Gorilla God's Go-To Girl, and Uma Musume Cinderella Grey. Guess what? These are all good ones. Witch Watch is like maybe one of the easiest to recommend this season. One of the best so far, I would say. It's about a klutzy, like, cute, energetic witch, and her, like, you know, half ogre descended, like, a boy who is, sort of like a Kageyama, Haikyuu type. They are a good pair, and together they, like, get into some hijinks. The magic system has a lot of, like, you know, asterisks, a lot of, like, gotchas built in, such that, you know, as she is, like, playing around with magic, she's liable to get herself into trouble, just, like, not realizing the cost of, like, things she's doing, which makes for some good, fun antics, some good, fun, like, magic-based, scenarios, which I thought were quite fun. I also think the two characters are exceptionally good, especially as a duo, as a pair. We played this one, Cloud, so another level from your repertoire? Do confirm still. Ooh, Super World. We'll do the Super World. That'll do. Witch Watch, highly recommended. Gorilla God's Go-To Girl seems fun. Seems like a fun bit. Basically, hey, Cloud is here. Fantastic. And that means we get the heads. I'll randomize them now. I'll say Gorilla God's Go-To Girl is good. It is quite good. Basic concept is that the girl gets super strength from a blessing. It's a very rare blessing, and she's very strong. And she's stronger than she wants to be. It's a good bit. She's, like, embarrassed, like, how well she's doing in, like, you know, night school, night acceptance course thing. And she's eventually gonna be a knight, and that's gonna be, like, she's not gonna know how quite to deal with it, and that's a bit of fun. I thought it was a bit of fun. And easily worth watching. And finally, Uma Musume Cinderella Gray is a new spin-off of Uma Musume. I was unsure why this wasn't just season 3 or season 4, but turns out the reason is it takes place in a completely different part of the world, or like, you know, it's rural rather than being in like Tokyo proper. And you know, about a character who lives out there. What's her name? It says in the thing, let me look. I'm the Ogre Hat or something. Ogre Hat. Does it say on the synopsis? Doesn't. It doesn't. Ogre Cap or something is the horse girl, and she seems good. She seems really fun. There's a lot of other distinct characters, as Uma Musume always has, and that's cool as well. I like it. I think it's a very promising new entry in Uma Musume, which of course is a show where horse girls do races and have like drama, sports type drama, in addition to some mild shenanigans. And also all the races are based off around real horse races that happened, and all the characters are named things like Ogre Cap and other names that horses actually have. Oh! I didn't see that, I didn't see that redemption of the Express Pass. Thank you, I will do that after this one. I'm sorry, I probably should have done, that happened while I was talking about stuff, right? We'll, and entering in the code, right? An awkward spot. There we go. I will get you after this one. Absolutely, absolutely. Let's go, let's do it. Throat's still a little sore. Managing. Ooh. Ah. Thank you for level clouds. That was great. That was good. Next we'll do 06I. And we'll do another set of cards to do the next 3 anime. We're getting through these fast, folks. Getting through these pretty fast, I think. Caliber Gaming, you are up. Go ahead and confirm me. Confirm for me. Give me a confirmation. I'm gonna think of fun ways to say that, and it's not really I don't know it's the best idea to do. Just say it normal style, maybe. Caliber Gaming, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Another 3 cards. Breathe. Relax. I watched the first episode of Yandere Dark Elf. She chased me all the way from another world. I watched the first episode of Makina-san's Love Bots. I watched the first episode of Mae Bashe Wishes. Maybe this should be the fun game right now when we do 3 pulls. What if I tell you how many good, how many bad? 2 bad, 1 good. Guess which one? Okay, let's go. Let's see. Yandere Elf, unremarkable ecchi slop. It's very horny. There's a Yandere Elf, and she's like, oh, I really want this boy. I really want this boy's dick. And it's just like, okay, I don't know. It's not especially creative in its ecchi. It's I don't know if even it goes especially far for Yandere. It seems like she just really likes him, and she's a little bit clingy. I feel like Yandere goes a little farther than a little bit clingy. I found to be unremarkable. On the other hand, Makina-san's Love Bot, now that is substantially better ecchi slop, ecchi junk. It has a good premise, which is that the main character is like a tech boy in high school. It says right there, high school. It says right there, he's a high schooler. We're good. We're golden. It's fine. He looks young. You know, I definitely came out of that going like, middle school? Is it middle school or high school? Don't ask, don't tell. It actually says right there. It says high school. We're good. Okay, great. Okay, good. Okay, I was worried about it having the wrong answer to that question. but it has the right answer, which makes it okay. As far as anime ecchi is concerned, lower standards than other media, perhaps. He has this sex robot who like is using some like future technology, and she needs him to repair her, and like, you know, she's sort of like Terminator style at some points in the episode, just like, you know, torn up, missing an arm, patches of skin, and bare nipples and all. They show it, you know. By the way, Yandere Elf super censored on High Dive. I don't know why, considering like that's half the point of doing this ecchi slop. It's porny. It's had some personality. The characters were good. It was good. It was really good. You know, as far as these things go, as far as ecchi goes, it's good ecchi. I think substantially better than the last one. And yeah. Moving on. My Bashi Witches was a lot of exposition in service of what seemed like a very boring premise. A bunch of girls running like a wish granting shop. There was an annoying frog. I couldn't convince myself to care, so I dropped it like halfway through. Done. That's the next set of 3. Okay, cool. Let's do this. I don't see Caliber, so let's go ahead and put into sudden death. Ooh. I'll say also, speaking of ecchi, I did really like the second episode of Please Put Them On. I think that it was a less rough episode on the whole, and continues to have some really creative ecchi hentai horny situations, which I really appreciate in a horny ass ecchi show. You know, there's some ecchi shows you watch and it's just like, ooh, boobs, ooh, and it's just like, I've seen that before. I've seen that before. That does nothing for me. I've seen that before many of time. Does nothing for me. And there's other shows you watch where they get creative with it and they do things you've never seen, and you go like, oh, what the hell? What the fuck is this shit? And you get like a little bit interested, you know? You go, oh, what the hell is this? Positive? Where the hell are you going with this crap? Wow. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, all that to say that, you know, I'm never going to be the one that says like, you know, oh, I don't mess with any of that stuff, you know, that horny business. It's bad across the board. I do think it's a matter of just like, you know, the characters being like having a good time. You know, if like it's not weird and aggressive in ways. You know, it has to have like good vibes and like just like a fun sex positive like attitude, I guess. You know, I don't really care for that old-timey thing where it's just like, you know, like you get a sexy situation where the girl is like eek and then like slap, and like the old pervert situation. You know, that's less good versus just like something where everyone's having a good time, you know? I like that more. Or like if it works as far as tone goes, tonally, you know, if not like literally as far as like what's happening. It makes sense in context. It can, you know, it could work. It's a hard thing to define at this point. Gotten too desensitized, perhaps. What are you gonna do? Isaiah, you are up. Isaiah Martin. Go ahead and confirm. Let me go ahead and get that thing in chat for you to notify Isaiah that you are up. Another 3 cards. Oh, right, yeah, you're right. You were up next. Right, shit, I forgot. Good looking out. I should immediately, when the thing happens, I should bring you back up to the top so that I remember that we're doing the Express Pass. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. Did I do 1 level or 2 levels? Let's just roll right into this. I'm sorry, my memory. Please say something in chat and remind me, like, as much as you can, because I just didn't notice. I feel like we might have missed the boat. I'll say this. With this express pass, if I get through the level with lives, I will take those on to the next level, okay? And we'll do 2 for 1. Sound fair? Sound fair. Also, we'll do another 3 pull between levels. And also, Isaiah, anytime you confirm, you'll be good for your turn after all this, okay? Okay. These switches activate stuff. Blue area. Oh, is this like a color-coded world or series of levels? Interesting. My throat is all rough. I'm gonna try not talking for a minute, if you don't mind. Just give me a couple of seconds here. Maybe I'll take a drink of my water. Looks like a difficult thing to jump over. Eh. Only if we have extra lives, though. And refreshes will count for that, so, you know, we could refresh and get some more. It'll be fine. This level doesn't seem terribly difficult. It's just a little bit hard. Oh, I could use the spring again. I could use the spring, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Not really. Oh. Let's be careful now. Avoid the Mecha Koopa. Okay. What? Huh? Oh, we made a path for the Mecha Koopa and he's gonna open the way. I thought for a second we were soft locked there. Blue mushroom gives more movement in water. Don't know what exactly that means. You mean like if I do the on-off? I need to go this way. Activate this switch. I guess. Oh, no, I need to use the Mecha Koopa. Oh, the Mecha Koopa. Not quite like that. There we go. And there we have it. We can get the checkpoint. That will refresh our doodads. And, let's get through this nice and clean. Let's go. Another survival sequence. This reminds me of the other one from the other level with the Potobos. That was a different super world, though. Cool, though. It's a very cool, very cool bit. This is a Castle Crush situation. Just realizing this is totally a Castle Crush situation. What an excellent way to do a Castle Crush style gimmick here. And it seems pretty well timed out such that whenever you're in an area, It will always keep all the things that are all the pegs that are, you know, the floor will not fall out on you. You will not be able to swim at any point. That's nice. That's really good. Oh, Castle Crush over. That's really cool. While the Castle Crush lasts. And this is also cool, you know, as well. In addition. World 4 got some amazing makers. Gotcha. Yeah, this is top quality stage right here. Beyond excellent. Alright, we have tries left, like I said. As a make good, I'm gonna take these tries into the next level right now, and they will not refresh. I think they will not refresh after this one. Right? No refresh during this level, but first let me do a 3-pull. Another 3-pull here. We're getting to the end of the anime, I think. We're towards like the maybe like 2 or 3 more pulls. I watched the first episode of Aha-Ren Season 2. I watched the first episode of My Hero Academia Vigilantes. And I watched the first episode of, my god, localize the name, goddammit, Chuzenzi Senpai Sensei Mononoke Kogiroku Sensei ga Nazo o Toi Tetshimao Kara. Oh, Jesus. That one is not, wasn't picked up for localization, so, for like, on a local streaming service, so, kind of makes sense it doesn't have an official name. Aha-Ren Season 2 seems good. The new character adds a lot of, energy, which is nice. She is sort of like, more... has more energy than, like, the show usually has, and I feel like she is a great addition to the show that adds a lot of well-needed energy. I remember the show being kind of mid, and this season is, so far, a whole lot less mid. It's less mid than I remembered, which is good. My Hero Academia seems really well made. Vigilante spin-offs. The characters seem good so far. It has not kicked off yet, really. You know, most of the characters haven't done cool things yet, other than the big boy. But I'll say I've read a good deal of the manga because, like, when the manga was coming out, I didn't think it would ever get adapted, and eventually it did. You know, clearly, like 8 years later. So, like, I have read a good amount of this. I know kind of where it's going for, like, the first arc or two. And probably even for, like, the full runtime of this first season. But, you know, I'll say, like, I was never as big a fan of it as the main series. Maybe just because reading is different from watching. And maybe now that it's being adapted, I will like it more. But we'll see. Promising starts. And it is, you know, nice to see people using quirks that aren't the main characters of the show, you know, aren't Deku and crew. It's nice to see some more characters using quirks. This seems like a well-constructed... This Sensei show seems like a well-constructed mystery show with good main characters. In particular, there is one girl who is way in over her head, and a very cross, teacher, the Zenji Sensei, I suppose, who is just, like, really good at solving mysteries really fast and very irritable as well. It seems alright. I'm not really sold on it yet. Like, it is definitely one of those shows I watched it and I was like, that was pretty good. That was definitely good. That was pretty good. And, you know, I wasn't really, like, jumping for joy, you know. I wasn't really, like, having the time of my life, as it were, and that puts its status in jeopardy. We'll see. Do I have one more from this set? No. It was this one, and this one. Okay, yeah, that was it for this particular pull. Anime down. Let's do this level then, and Isaiah, you still have time to confirm, by the way. Any time is good to confirm. What the hell was that? Something moved. Oh, there's guys jumping out of the lava. Gotta watch out for that. These pegs jump out of the lava as well. This is neat. I like all this jumpy business. The way that it's timed. You were not kidding around. They got some good-ass makers for World 4 here. This is fantastic, 06i. This is some quality stuff. How am I not dead? I'm not dead, and I will take that. Quality stuff here. For sure, for sure. Rest assured, yes, that 100%. Fuck! Very clippable moment there. Very clippable moments. I think with the stream yesterday, I'm gonna like fast track some clips there, some clipping of that and stuff. But I'll say, like, we are in good shape as far as clips and shorts go. Do need to catch up on, like, I've clipped up a bunch of stuff, but not really set it up to go up as shorts yet. You know, because I need to, like, put a title on it and do, like, tags and a description and stuff before it can really be, like, posted. And what the hell is... Hello? Fun boom boom fight. What the hell? That was funny. That was good. Great level 06i. They really got some good folks for this section of Super World. I'm gonna hit complete, and we're going to play Isaiah's level. GG squared. That's right. There were 2 levels that time to make up for the times that I probably skipped you. I think I skipped like you twice or once or twice there. My bad. My bad for sure. It's good to make good. I don't see Isaiah. Thank you for the level. I don't see Isaiah. Here's 3 more cards. Let's do that. I watched the first episode of Zatsu Tabi, That's Journey. Watched the first episode of # Compass 2.0 Animation Project. And I watched the first episode of Summer Pockets. One good, one bad, one indeterminate. Is the breakout there. Let's start by popping up and talking about That's Journey. Delightful. Zatsu Tabi might be my favorite show of the season so far as new shows go. It's definitely like up there, maybe tied, but it is a delightful autobiographical anime about a manga writer who goes on a journey, goes to a random part of Japan and has a great time being a tourist. It really reminds me of Laid Back Camp and the parts where they do tourism in that. It's like a whole show of tourism, and the first episode is just one character doing some solo tourism, but you get the impression that, like, oh no, she's got like a bunch of friends who are going to go on trips with her in the next, as things start to unfold. It's gonna get really good. It's gonna get really great. Yeah, that's right. Autobiographical. Says so on the bottom of the description even, which I didn't know when I watched, and, now that after I saw it, I'm just like, yeah, totally. It captures that feeling of traveling around in Japan. It really reminds me of my Japan trip last year. A lot of the same vibes, a lot of the same fun, charming exploits, interesting business, warm hot springs. That's sort of the extent of it. Next up, Compass Animation Project. Who would have guessed that a gacha game that no one's ever heard of, animation project, would be bad, would be a dud? Most people, I think. Surprise, it's a dud. It was really boring. A lot of setup in service of something that's pretty lame pretty like not cool, you know, like, oh, it's a game where you don't control the avatars, they do whatever you want, and the players, they choose when to activate cards and give them power-ups. And it's like, okay, that's how it works in real life, gacha games. It doesn't make for a good TV show. That doesn't make for a good TV show, I don't think. There was also a robot character who had a very unpleasant robot voice that I didn't like to hear. Not good at all. Finally, we have Summer Pockets, which kind of reminded me of a visual novel. Specifically the intro of a visual novel that's just introduced all its characters all at once and hasn't really done anything especially interesting with them. It's just basically the first episode is just meeting 5 or 6 girls one after another in relatively well-made scenes. That's because it is a visual novel. Fucking knew it. Has that feel. Has the feel of a visual novel. I think it could be good. I'm waiting to see the second episode where it really takes off and presumably starts putting these characters together and having like scenes with not just the main dude and one of the girls. I think it'll pick up and be better, and then I'll lock it in once it's confirmed for good. I can't say if it's good yet. Hello, bro. How's it going? I don't see a Zaya, so sudden death, let's go. That explains it, that it is a visual novel. It totally has the feel, the vibes of a visual novel. I called it. I had the feeling, but it wasn't in the synopsis, so I didn't know. No damage. We can't take damage. That's the clear condition. There's a boss rush? This might be a boss rush. Let's see what we can do. We have 2 tries on account of Isaiah has not confirmed. Let's do it. I'll also say, we only got like a handful of anime left. I think we're nearing the end. Basically everything that I discussed to this point is everything that was around on Tuesday. And since then, there's been like maybe 5 more shows. You know, maybe like 5 to 9. I'm not sure. But we got like 2, maybe 3 pulls left. One of them has the new Gundam on it, and you know, thoughts on that right just now. It's coming up. This isn't so bad. It's not. It might be a bit easy, but don't doubt me. No, I don't mind a bit easy, bro. Go ahead, put in whatever level you like, and when it comes up, it comes up. Know that there is a queue, and there's currently 8 levels in that queue, including this one. 7, not including this one. This isn't so bad, considering that there's no, like, dangers other than the guys. We get hit once and it's over, though, so we gotta be careful as hell. Again, I gotta say, Zabby Tatsy, Zabby Dabby, that's a journey. Definitely check that one out. That has my highest recommendation. I think especially for me, I think, you know, considering that I've been on several Japan trips and know, like, how lovely it is. Fuck. We lost, so we need to start over. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. It reminds me a lot of, like, traveling and reminds me of my trips, you know? So, that just, is a nice feel and a nice, like, vibe and, real feel-good shit. Those are my highest recommendations. Now I'm thinking, like, as characters get introduced, as it becomes, like, more of a show, and less of a one-man show. Right now, it's kind of a one-man show. And as like more characters get introduced, it's gonna become like a more of an ensemble thing, more of a like, ooh, you know, some slice of life, charming friends being friends. I don't know how to describe what I'm talking about, you know. More substance is coming. Really the kind of show that makes you go like, God damn, I want to have another vacation like that, you know? And a thing that I feel like Japanese people might not realize is that not every country is as good to travel in as Japan. Like Japan with its trains and stuff, and it's like well-established like you know, commuter transportation. It's pretty easy to tour Japan, and there's so much to see. You know, I don't know really that America can compare. Like if I were to go to if I were to go to San Antonio again, well, maybe I could. I'll say, like, when I went to San Antonio a few years ago, I didn't do nothing other than Fiesta, Texas. I went to Fiesta, Texas, the Six Flags I got there, and then I went home. I didn't check out the City Walk. After Fiesta, Texas, I went to the Whataburger, had some Whataburger. Maybe if I had gone down to the City Walk, the River Walk, whatever, I would have found it to be nice and quaint and stuff, seen the Alamo, things like that. I don't know. Not really a big city person. Other than in Japan, where the cities are really nice and cool and full of interesting stuff, and anime shops and things of whatever. You think you aid? Don't understand. You're gonna want to use !add to add your level if you want to get your code in there. Recommended. Oh, you did earlier? Gotcha, okay. Let me see. I don't see you, bro. It's possible. I have seen reports that YouTube will eat messages sometimes. If you mentioned it right recently, it's not seeing it in the thing. But try again, or just give me the code and I can get you in there. If it's like eating your message, you can always try Twitch. Twitch doesn't seem to have that problem. I don't know what goes on with that. Some sort of auto moderation, I imagine, where like YouTube has some moderation settings that are simultaneously too strict and not strict enough. You know, they need to be customizable, like Twitch's. Are we good? Are we did it? Is that it? There should be an objective. Fuck off! Really? Bowser at the very end? My god.
Oh.
We had 2 lives. That's the second one. Thank you for the level, Isaiah. Feel free to resubmit that anytime. We did not finish it. Let me go ahead and dismiss you. At no point did Isaiah confirm, so I cannot do any more attempts, etc. Let's go ahead and bop that out of there and pull up Synergy Box's level. Synergy Box. Is Synergy Box said anything in a minute? Synergy Box, you are up. No, either way. Let me go ahead and pop that into chat so Synergy Box can be alerted. And meanwhile, let's go ahead and do, by the way, bro, I don't see a code, so, you know, there's nothing I can do. You can try just posting the code separately or going on to Twitch or something, but, without a code, I can't do nothing. I can scroll up and check and see if bro tried to post code earlier. Scroll up and see. Not seeing it. Nope. Hey, Timpani, we didn't finish your level, by the way, earlier, if you were wondering. I don't see your code anyway, bro. You're gonna have to put it in. You're gonna have to, like, try to get around YouTube being weird about it. Synergy box, please confirm. Another 3-pull. Another 3-pull. Yeah, definitely towards the end here. I watched the first episode of Mobile Suit Gundam GQX. I don't know what that means. I watched the first episode of the Shiunji Family Children, and I watched the first episode of Apocalypse Hotel. These are all good, and one of them is low-key maybe my favorite choice so far and my highest recommendation of the season so far. Let's go. Let's see which one is the one. First off, Gundam. It's new Gundam. It apparently they mixed up the order of episodes compared to what the movie preview was. The movie preview apparently started with some stuff that more ties into the older Gundam shows. You know, some stuff with Amuro or whatever. Amuro, that's his name? I think that's his name. Amuro. That sounds right. Whereas this first episode actually deals with a new character who is just a schoolgirl with guts of steel. Like, goddamn, I cannot believe the things she does in this first episode. Just being like basically a civilian to just being like, okay, just gonna do some stuff that makes the criminals and, you know, honest to God, new type military men like go like, holy shit, what the hell are you doing, girl? And it's just fucking great and good, and I like it a lot. It's very, very, very good, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. I really like the way the characters look in it. The character design's quite lovely. Second up, we have the Shiunji Family Children, which is a harem of some kind, I think. It's well-made romantic junk, where the basic concept... Let me help you out. You do, Sod, here's how you do. How to submit. You do exclamation add and then that code, and then you'll get in there. Do that for me, thanks. I can do it for you if you struggle with it. But, try it for me. Shiunji Family Children, the basic concept is there are a bunch of, characters who are the children of a influential, like, family, and he tells them all, hey, you're all adopted, so, like, you know, go wild, you know, you all have the green light as far as that's concerned, and it seems to be the basic idea is like, oh, the main dude is going to have some romantic escapades with all the, like, former sisters. You have to put a space in there. Space. You almost got it. Seems good. Seems great. I'm really impressed so far by it. The sisters are all good, and also the revelation complicates all their relationships quite nicely, I think, and which is good. You know, it has some complicated levels to it, which is interesting, and I think nice and good. Finally, we have Apocalypse Hotel. Good looking out, bro. I appreciate it. We have Apocalypse Hotel, which I gotta say is my #1 pick of the season so far. Apocalypse Hotel. The concept is it's about a hotel run by robots 100 years after humanity fled Earth. They are holding down the fort. They are, like, opening for business every single day, you know, doing their necessaries, doing their, like, routine inspections, and you know, proceeding even though, like, most of them don't operate anymore. They've lost a good amount of robots over the 100 years, and, like, the whole city around them is turned into dust. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. You're concerned if it's gonna stay robots because you can't make your mind. You don't know if they're gonna be people in it. Yeah, I'm not sure where it's going either, but like the first episode I found absolutely delightful in its energy and its like sadness. There's like a certain sadness to it, right? Like, okay, you know, tomorrow's the day. Hey, let's go. And then tomorrow's not the day. It's like, oh. But also it's so funny. There's like a deep funniness to it where it's like, okay, we can no longer, we ran out of shower caps and like that's a crisis. You know, someone says like, can we make our own shower caps? And the manager robot says like, of course not. We can only accept shower caps made by our historic local provider. We must attain these shower caps, or else how are the people gonna get shampoo in their eyes? And it's just like, this is very funny how like these guys just haven't quite gotten the message that it's hopeless to give up. You know, they continue to turn up day after day in, day out, and with a smile on their face, doing their checks, going room to room, going like, stains, check, no stains. No marks on the wall, no mold, no insects. Shower caps, yes. Doing all their daily inspections with the energy of like, you know, committed workers who are very, you know, happy in their thing, despite the fact there's been no guests for the last 100 years. Quite a bad luck streak. I found it to be quite hilarious and incredibly good, and I especially like the door operator robot who like talks like he's a Yakuza character, and his whole job is opening the door. And whenever he does it, he powers down because he's like, you know, he powers down because he has, what the hell is going on here? He powers down because he's out of coolant, and it's a whole fucking situation. The hell do you do this? He powers down and falls over, and it's funny every time. It's a good bit, and the fact that he's like he sounds kind of like Kiryu or something makes it even funnier. I don't know how the fuck you do this. And I'm just gonna start over one more time. I just want to see. I really don't get it. How the hell do you do that? Well, that's second try, so I have to hit exit course and give up, but thank you, Synergy Box, for the level. I appreciate it. Oh, let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Countess Timpani is up next. Excellent. Countess Timpani is here. What do you have in store for us this time, Timpani? I feel like I should get the bonus heads up now. I feel like it's good odds of being a bad one, you know what I mean? A hard one. We just can't beat it. That's right. We have a system here, bro, where like if people aren't present, we get fewer tries. And if people are present, we still have a limited number of tries, which keeps things moving, but you know, yeah. I think I have just one more pull left on the thing, so I'm gonna play this level, and then we'll pull one more set of cards after it, and then yeah, what do we want? Sadist, CLM, Sadist, CLM. You got any sadist things that we haven't done yet? Have we done all the sadists before? We haven't done Crazy Paparazzi 500 seconds. And we haven't done Runner's Torment Versus. That sounds fun. This is sadist? Its clear rate is below, is above 1%. That means we don't get bonus heads. Wow. Let's try this one. Apparently this is a sadist level, but it's the highest clear rate I've ever seen on a sadist level. What? All these but one is going to be incorrect, isn't it? We'll see. We'll see. Fucking. Okay. Imagine doing this in multiverses with lag. Yeah, that would suck. This would suck. For sure. It kind of sucks without lag, to be clear. Okay, I'm tapping. I'm tapping. Wait, is this 500 seconds? Is this seriously 500 seconds? Do we seriously have 500 seconds of this? Is this 500 seconds? Clear time is 8 minutes. Fuck! Current PB is 9 minutes. 300 in-game seconds. Okay, it's not the full timer, but it is hell. It is for sure hell. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that first hit is just unavoidable. Can we pull the 3 cards and talk about them now? Let's pull the 3 cards and like as I'm running, talk about them, okay? Okay, we got like 9 minutes potentially. Here's the 3 last anime that I watched. Ujijin Mumu, a ninja and an assassin under one roof, and Tio Gania. Oh, finally, anime is over. Well, not really. We still have to talk about them. The cat one seems like a nice educational thing about a cat. Are you satisfied with seeing the description with the synopsis? Okay, let's run. Let's walk. Is this going to be a problem switching back and forth between walking and synopsis? Wait, can I just? Can you still see me? Looks like you could still kind of see everything you need to see. That was the 3rd life. No! It's sort of a decent little show where the idea is like an alien cat comes to Earth and the alien cat wants to like find out how technology works to like reinvent his own civilization, which has gone stagnant after all the technical minded people died in a war or something, you know, in order to prevent future wars. So he's come to like find out how technology works. So he like takes stuff apart, and his girl that he lives with, who is sort of a shy girl who is cute and good and earnest, and I like her, and she has some actually pretty goddamn good faces that she makes. She like Googles it and looks up how that crap actually works, and like then says like you know, like, oh, this is how it works. It's a condenser. It goes in there, and then it's a condenser, and it's the whole thing. And then he's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. The illustrations are kind of nice. I'm not sold on it. Yeah, I think it's just kind of pretty okay. There we go, we failed off of this one. You would like that to be a thumbnail? Yeah, that's I did say earlier that you know, some stuff about sadism, that's totally a VOD title name type thing, and like you know, creative sadism or whatever it is I said earlier, that was definitely like good enough to be a title, and like that goes with that title quite well, I think. Oh, it was a thumbnail level for a Pangea YouTube. Gotcha. Well, it'll also be a thumbnail level for this one, maybe. That's, seems quite likely. Seems quite likely as well. Multiple gets there. Multiple gets. I'm gonna go ahead and hit dismiss, and, feel free to submit whatever. Rock Party is up next. Let's, look at these last 2 anime. So yeah, it seems kind of educational. It's kind of nice. The girl has good faces, and I like her. The cat is not the most charming cat you've ever seen. I would say it's a rather mid cat, which holds it back a bit. It is also not licensed officially in the US, so you have to go find it. Next, there's Assassin and Ninja living under one roof. I thought this was quite fun. Real great. It's a chipper cute and Ninja who is like sort of a klutz, sort of like a undauntable in her like positive attitude, and a nonchalant psychopath who is just like really just like ready to kill at any time. Just down to murder whoever, whenever, whatever. A professional, but also just like dry in her ways. Nonchalant is the best word for her, I think. And they're a fun combo. It's like, okay, you got the assassin who's really good at killing people. And you got the ninja who can do housework, and also she has a spell that turns bodies into leaves. Exclamation point Q should do it, or list, I forget. It'll tell. I think both will do it. Her part is corpse disposal, and she is surprisingly chipper about it. And also, it's like, it puts its whole ass, surprisingly well animated ass, into characters who, like, will not appear on account of they're going to die. They get killed immediately, and it's just like, they're gone. Like, oh, that character's just dead. It seemed like they were designed by a character designer, and they had a personality. Nope, dead. Okay. I think 06I said on the Discord he had not seen a show that is more nonchalant about murder, about characters dying, and yes, it is almost funny. It is funny how nonchalant about murder it is, and I think that's pretty fun, especially how shaken the ninja is about the whole situation she finds herself in. It's cute and good also, in addition to just being a bit of fun. And finally, Teogonia, which came on today. I managed to find a little bit of time before the stream to check it out. No space between the exclamation mark and Q. Sod. It's perfectly fine. Dude needs to figure out how magic works so as to rise in an unfair society. It's not bad, but it hasn't grabbed me yet. I don't know. The weird thing is, I saw on Crunchyroll that this had a 3-star average, so I totally expected it to be some schlock, but I watched it. It's like, this isn't bad. This actually isn't bad at all. Why did it get review bombed? I don't understand that. Honestly, most shows on Crunchyroll, even ones that are kind of bad, have a score between 4 and 5, so when you see a 3, ooh, something went wrong. And I watched this and I was just like, what went wrong? I don't get it. What the fuck? Maybe there's a gay character that's about to get introduced, and the right wing got all up in arms, but as far as I can tell, it's just normal. Just a normal fantasy show that's a little bit of an isekai, but whatever. It's not it's like, oh, I got some memories from my last life, and it's like, okay, it's a little played out. You could just be a creative guy. You don't have to attribute your brilliance to having otherworldly knowledge, right? I feel like at this point, you can just be a regular guy in this world who's figuring out this stuff, and that would be even cooler than being some Japanese guy secretly from reality, I think. Let's go, let's do it. Oh, that's all the anime. We're gonna do this level, and let's see now. We got a lot of levels in queue. I'm gonna say after this level, the queue will close. Let's have this one be the last one before last calls, which will be a quick segment where I show off some of my own levels. And we'll think of a theme that doesn't require me to show very many. It'll be a quick one. Ooh. We'll close the queue, and then we'll go through the rest of the levels that are submitted, and that'll be that. That all sound good? That all sounds good. Let's give this one another go. Let me randomize my heads for you, Rock Party. Here we go. We've made amazing progress on this particular level this stream, so, you know, even if we can't get very far today, right now, we have seen new frontiers, you know? As far as, like, a thumbnail level goes, like, this one could also easily be the thumbnail, considering that, like, we've seen a new part of it, you know, that looks different, too, so even if we did a thumbnail of this level before, it's like, now we have a new bit to thummy uppy. I don't know. That doesn't sound good. Don't coin words all the time. I'm tired. My throat hurts. Do a dual thumbnail? I used to do, like, some thumbnails that had, like, 2 subjects, right? Like, say, I played 5 games, I'd feature as many of them as I could on there. Nowadays, I feel like it's better to just have one on there. You know, not divided up into multiple sections. And for viewer levels, it's always just one. There'll be another thumbnail next week. Which, you know, there's good arguments for and against. I'll think about it. I could do the thing where it is like a test, and it like tests out 2 multiple thumbnails, but there's good odds it'll just like be like, okay, inconclusive results. They both worked as good, equally as good. Hey, we made it to the checkpoint again. Hell yeah. Okay. Make the words fit with their respective areas? Sure, could do that. Something like that. I can see that. I like consistency with thumbnails, just keeping them more or less as is. Style, you know? Fuck! That's another one. We're making progress! Progress even in the lightning round! Is there anything here that's, like, particularly thumbnailable, though? I guess that's the real question. Like, this isn't particularly evil here. Any of what we're seeing right here, right now. It's not particularly devilish, you know? Final thoughts on the new anime to end the segment. Yours is evil too. Excellent. Excellent, bro. Final thoughts to end the anime segment. Tabby Zabby, that's a journey. That's up there. Witch Watch, that's also up there. And then the other one I would recommend, well, obviously Gundam and My Hero Academia. Those ones are definitely also best of the season. The other one I would recommend would be Apocalypse Hotel, which, yeah, low-key maybe my favorite of the bunch. Really just amazed by everything it's got going on. When the Goombrat chases you? Maybe. I could see that. Thank you, Rock Party. Let me go ahead and hit this miss. Go ahead and hit this miss. And, Zach C, you are up. I'm gonna hit next so Zach can see. Ha, Zach can see. Zach C can see. Meanwhile, folks, it is time for last call for levels. Last call for levels, wherein I'm going to play some of my levels, particularly non-Super World levels, since I just finished my Super World and did a whole stream where I showcased it, and it. Go check that stream if you want to see, like, that VOD, if you want to see, like, 40 level showcases in a row, basically. But what's important here is we're going to find some sort of theme and then play the levels that are connected with that theme. Let's think for a second. What theme are we going with? Spike balls? Like I just showed this one off relatively recently. Are there any other water? Here's a take. Inspired by DKC3 in particular. Any levels here that are inspired by DKC3 in particular? Yeah, Zero G Refinery is DKC3 inspired. You know what? We'll go with these two in particular. We'll go with Ramparts Unknown and Slapdash Splash. It may actually we'll go with Slapdash Splash and Snope and Sesame, two DKC inspired levels that are inspired by the first two worlds of early DKC3 inspired. How about that as a connecting theme? Okay, I think that eliminates some of the other levels that are inspired by maybe some later levels in DKC3. That's a little bit of a tenuous theme, but this level was inspired by the riverbank archetype of DKC3, where you know, you got all these riverbanks and you jump down into the water. Especially, you know, and in that there's a big play between like the difference between the water bank and the lower and the upper parts, right? Like you go up and then you have to like splash down into the water, and it's the same way with this level. Additionally, in order to like transition between the two, I used tires, which coincidentally I think this is the first time I used tires back in the day. Back in the Super World anyway, and none in the Super World. In Mario Maker 2, I did use them in Mario Maker 1. They have been around for that long, you know. This stream got a bunch of Super Mario Bros. 3 Forest. Yeah, the pipe situation, true. I mean, a lot of streams had recently. We've seen that level a bunch. The one that we made progress on today. Swimming as a frog, using the shell sometimes to get some of these. If you do get some of those, you can get a star that lets you go underwater in this part rather than going over. I feel like it's fun either way, which is ideal. You know, it's fun to be able to dive into the bony infested water. The other level inspired by an early game DKC3 level is this one is inspired by DKC3, like the conveyor rope level. That's in the last world. This one is this one right here is inspired by Low G Labyrinth. But the one that we're looking at, and this one is inspired by Cliff archetype, the Cliff levels of DKC3. The one that we're really looking at, this one is inspired by maybe some of the hybrid water stuff in DKC3. A little bit, but not enough where I'd be showing it in this segment. I'll show this one, Snope and Sesame, which is influenced by a very specific DKC3 level, Doorstop Dash. I made a doorstop dash. This was pretty early in my Mario Maker 2 output. Like one of the first couple month of levels or so. But you can see there, you hit a on-off, and you have a certain amount of time to get through the thing, or else you'll get shut off. See? Simple. Simple, simple. There's guys parachuting down, and, you know, at the halfway point, you go into, like, a cave that has, like, waterfalls going through it, kinda. Thought that was some fun theming to do. This one, you're sort of traveling upwards. Not important. In this level, the power-ups are just Shelmet and mushroom, no like fire flower or anything. I do think it works though. Sometimes it does mean that you can end up going through a thing and not getting a re-up because you already, you already have the mushroom. You need the other one. That's usually better timed. Whatever. Doorstop dash, fun level, good gimmick for a level. Quite happy with that one, and the theming was quite nice as well, I think. All right, what time is it? It's like 9:40. Good. That's a good time. I'm gonna go ahead and close the queue. Last call is now over. Queue is closed. Let's go ahead and get these levels all sorted out. I don't see any chat messages from Zach C, so let's go ahead and punch in this code from Zach. And then we will play it, and we will have a good time. We have 2 tries to do it. As before, before, we have a limited amount of our lives. Hey, Mark Reel, you just got here? I'll tell you, Mark Reel. Whoopsie daisy. That's the wrong button. Mark Reel, go ahead, get one in. I don't mind reopening the queue, and you did literally just get here, so go ahead. Get one in if you so please. Do be quick about it though. We gotta, don't like it being like open when it needs to be, oh god damn it. Oh, dude, paying attention there. Zaxi is not here, so 2 tries is all that we get. Thank you for level, Zaxi. Let me go ahead and hit, dismiss. Get in there, Mark. Get in there, Mark. Mark, this is for you. Get in there. Go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next one by Happy Gamer. Happy Gamer, you are up. 4th in line, bro. That's great, bro. Can't wait. Happy Gamer, go ahead and confirm. And I'll say I still have some cards. Gotta load the game. Okay, I'm gonna close it. Let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready. Tell me when, and I will get it open for you. I still have cards. Let's talk about. Hey, I started the blueprints yesterday. Did a stream of that. The first 3.5 hours. I did play your second course, as unfortunately, the queue is now closed for folks who have already gotten levels in. So we are like, you can't get another one in, I'm sorry. But I did play it, I didn't win. I died at the last hurdle. Started blueprints. I've heard a lot about this. People have been really happy with it, and people who are deep in on it say it's like Game of the Year quality. So far, I'm pretty early. I'll say, like, after that stream, I did get in, like, a couple runs, like, that night. Like, just, like, okay, just quick run before bed. And before the stream, I got in, like, one or two more quick runs right before the stream, like, in the hour before. So, like, I've continued to make a little bit more progress than I did last time on that stream yesterday. But it basically continues to be the same thing, a very interesting puzzle drafting game where you're basically trying to draft rooms that build out your manor in the right direction to get you further down the path without getting stuck. Like, oh, you'll be like, oh, you got like it'll be like, oh, you can get like this room has a key in it. You'll draft like a den, and the den has a diamond, and the diamonds help you unlock more advanced rooms. And that's a neat puzzle game. And I'm to understand that there's like a whole layer that has yet to open up to me, which I am excited to get to. I'm excited to get to that like advanced layer and find out like, oh crap, it's interesting in all these good ways. It's exciting in all these good ways. This kicks ass, actually. This is like best of all time caliber. So far, I would say it's like around, I would compare it most to like Inscription. insofar as like, yeah, it's a game that's like on its face really good, but I'm told that there's more. And if I'm sort of comparing it in my head to like Inscription, where that's a game that opens up and has like a whole second arc that's like so different. And I'm wondering, like, is it still though? How much more depth and like mystery is there? Is it always this basic structure? Like, what is the shoe that hasn't dropped? I haven't seen that shoe, so I'm not like saying it's like best of all time yet, but I am very curious to find that shoe, and I'm gonna be doing a bunch of runs of it this weekend. Let me tell you, that's gonna be the game I play this weekend, and it's on Game Pass. So if anyone has Game Pass, I would recommend checking it out. I'd recommend y'all get into blueprints. And by the way, the name is a pun on blueprints. Blueprints with a T. Blueprints, as in like, schematics. But it is the blueprints, as in the son of the king, you understand. It's a good pun, considering that you are sort of building a house like one room at a time, blueprint-wise, and hallways let you get to new places. There are dead ends that, are bad. There's a room that has 7 doors in it that are all locked. And, if you don't have enough keys, that's not a good room to pick. And the farther you go, it's like a roguelite also. As well as like a Myst-style, Outer Wild-style mystery game. The farther you go, the more likely the doors are to be locked. And, that can... Okay, I gotcha. Here we go. There you go, buddy. I didn't see you say ready. My bad, my bad. Need to be faster on the draw there. Blueprints. It seems great. It could even be, if the rumors are to be believed, phenomenal. Haven't gotten quite that hot on it yet myself, but I'm hooked. I'm in. I'm probably gonna play a lot of it this weekend. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. Thank you, Happy Gamer. Go ahead and get that queue back closed. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Thank you, Happy Gamer. That level is complete. Let me bring up the next one. It's by Killer, who just said GG. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Meanwhile, got another game-related card for you tonight. What the hell did I just hit? Oh, damn it, I just hit the end lightning round button, my bad. Have another game-related card as I'm entering in this code. Here it is. I played some Mullet Magic. Now, yesterday's stream was a Game Pass stream, which is a stream I do sometimes where I play a bunch of Game Pass games that I've never played before, right? Trying them out for the first time. And that stream I did 5. Including Blueprints was most of the stream, honestly, and sort of like the highlight of it. But I'll say, like, after that, I tried Atomfall, found it wasn't for me. Tried South of Midnight, found it to be mid at best. And then I tried Lonely Mountains, Snow Slopes, whatever. That's about as good as the previous Lonely Mountains product. But the last thing I tried, just like at 1 a.m., okay, let's do 10 minutes of something. I'm in the mood for a surprise. I put in Mullet Magic. Oh my god, Mullet Magic is intense. Let me give you the pitch. It's like a Crank game. You know the movie Crank, where the guy has to do something exciting every minute or else he dies? It's like that. You have 10 seconds. And if you don't kill something in 10 seconds, you die. You're done. And it's like a roguelite where you're just like running through these rooms at like Doom style speeds, or like, classic FPS style speeds, shooting with, no accuracy required, and just like going through hordes and hordes of like robots so fucking fast and bloody and glorious, and my god, it was just killing me last night. It is the kind of game you play for 10 minutes once and you have a great time and you're satisfied for the rest of your life, You don't need to go back for a second time. It was hilarious. And I'll say, You know, that Game Pass stream VOD is up on YouTube now. Also on Twitch, of course, you know, for the next 2 weeks. But I gotta recommend y'all look at that Mullet Mad Jack part of the stream at the very end. There's a timestamp, and as there always is, and everything. Like, that game, it's like, I spent maybe like 15 minutes on it tops, like 10, 15 minutes at the end of the stream. It was quite a delight to behold. And really the highlight of the stream, honestly, even outshining Blueprints to a certain degree, insofar as like, yeah, Blueprints takes like 5-6 hours to get going. You're not really in it the first 3 hours of it, right? Whereas like this is like, oh, I'm in. Yo, this is great. Oh, this is fun. And then maybe a half hour later, you're like, okay, I'm spent. You know, this is that kind of game where it's just like hilarious and the perfect Game Pass game. And also it's on Game Pass, so if you have that, you can try it for yourself, you know, included and all that. Mullet Mad Jack, it's something else. I recommended that immediately after I saw that to another streamer that I know, Dan Reichert's, you know, like big streamer man, because this is exactly the sort of game I feel like he'd like, and apparently he's already played it, so he's like, yeah, I played some of it. If there was already a stream of him playing that, I would love to like catch the archive while it exists, because oh mom, that's just so intense, man. It's if like his first time was on stream, I bet he was dying. I was dying. I bet like anyone pretty much playing that for the first time would be dying. Would just be like beside themselves, you know. Like, goddamn. So yeah. Oh. I was about to say, so yeah, Blueprints. That's I'm gonna play a lot this weekend, I think. I'm still sick, so I'm gonna take it easy this weekend at home. You know, not gonna go nowhere. Might go to the grocery store, get some groceries, but that's it. Gonna have a nice, relaxing weekend of basically doing nothing, and hopefully by Monday I'm kicked whatever sickness this is, you know? I don't know. Apparently my parents are under the weather as well, so maybe we got it from nephew. Apparently now baby is like a source of infection in our family. You know, whenever baby is like around. We did like a family, everyone was around last weekend, so you know, it was a whole thing. And the baby was there. A toddler now. He's a toddler. Different tier of child. Checkpoint. So maybe we got it from him. I don't know. But like, quite unpleasant. I'll say that much. I probably should have re-upped my Dayquil, like, a couple hours ago, huh? I took it at 1, which meant that I couldn't just take it before the stream. You know, that's too soon, you know? Fuck. Now it's 10, couple hours over. Whatever. I'm just gonna manage. Anyway, what else is going on? With those games, I guess I already pretty much covered them. I don't need to say anything more on the matter of Blueprints. And, honestly, all the Game Pass games. Like I said, the only one that really stuck for me is Blueprints, and Mad Jack was incredible, but also, like, a game that you're perfectly happy playing once in your life. You know? Damn it. I'm gonna sleep in. I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow. It's gonna be good. I might play some of the blueprints. It's not the blueprints, it's just blueprints. I'm gonna play some of that after the stream, I reckon. Or maybe I'll watch Apothecary Diaries and the shows that are on today. Maybe I'll make final decisions on Dinner Time Detective or whatever the fuck. I'll say, by the way, as far as anime goes, don't expect... We're out of the woods here, folks, as far as that goes. There's like 3 more anime left to start this season. And they all start like over the weekend. I'll talk about them on Tuesday, but it'll be like a, you know, a quick thing, not a long thing. You know? So that'll be nice. Be nice for a change. We'll have some more balanced discussions of whatever the hell. I mean, I guess that might mean more just like, you know, more talking about the Twitch 2 situation. More talking about the Mario Kart Direct. Things of that nature. Sick boss! Good job! We did it! Yeah. Sick boss, good work. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. I'm hitting complete. 06i is up next. Excellent. Let's do 06i's level. And then we will be on to Broad's level, who has been very excited to show me his evil level. I can't wait to see it. I'm curious what kind of evil it is. I'm gonna randomize these heads now, by the way. Get them nice and randomized. Wario, very good. Another card, we don't have that many left. Going to bed, good night, killer. I played Avowed on Wednesday. I'm nearly done with it. Right, before starting the blueprints, I did try to get back a little bit to Avowed, which I've been like, you know, I've been stalling on for a while. I haven't, a couple weeks ago, I got through most of the game, got to the last area, but just didn't go through the process of talking to people in that last area, and thus didn't have the side quest ready to go and ready to be, like, done. So yes, so on Wednesday, I went and, well, I like that thumbnail. It's like raining fish. Very nice, 06i. Also, wait, this isn't the super world. This is a different submission. Let me check clear rate, actually, because I did assume that clear rate was good. No heads? Okay. Clear rate is well above 1%. Okay. Played a little bit more of that. That game's damn good. I gotta say, Avowed is great. It's a shame that I didn't find time, haven't found time for a while to get to it. But like, those fish are raining down on me and I can't see myself. That's fun. You can only see myself based on the light I make. Let's do this. Avowed is great. I really want to finish Avowed. It seems like a great... I think it is a great, like, Fallout style, Elder Scrolls style game. And one I really want to get to. Really, I want to, finish up and, you know, clear. And I think I will. I think I will try to find time this weekend to get a little farther. I did like a day of exploration and doing side quests and stuff in the basically final full area. And after this, I just have to do the main quest pretty much. I have to do the main quest, then I have to just do some sort of final quest nonsense. and then I'll basically be done, and, you know, it's in the books and all. I need to just finish that up. Enough said. Enough said. And I'll say, like, I think it's a great game. I think it's one of the best games of the year so far. Just, it's hard to find time for games. Sometimes I find it hard to find times for games that are on Xbox that I have to turn the TV to the right channel to, you know, do input stuff. Versus, like, the Switch, where it's just, I can do it while watching TV without even trying. It's effortless and pain-free. I like the Switch a lot, and I cannot wait for a Switch that is good enough to handle whatever. We got one try left. This is hard. Again, exciting new forms of sadism. Sadism. Sadistic design. Here. Whatever I said first time, that's the title candidate, I think. Excuse me if I mangle what eventually will become the title of the stream. Some baloney about, sadism! Those are random every time, right? Those are like, a bunch of Lakitu dropping crap on you. That's, rip, rip, rip. Hey, Scott Mayer. Did you get in one earlier? Scott Mayer, did you just show up? Tell me if you did. I can let you get one in if you like. If you're haven't yet, let me know. Let me know. I'm hitting dismiss. Thank you for the level 06i. That was neat. And bro is finally up. Hell yeah, bro. Let me get that punched in. We'll see what kind of level we're facing here. I've also been replaying Paper Mario idly. You know, I haven't replayed that game casually for the last few years, instead doing randomizers, and it's fun to go through it casually again, which means I have to do things like grinding and, you know, doing Bowser's Castle, which I usually skip when I do it like, you know, randomizer style. I'm at Bowser's Castle now. I just have to go through that, and I will do pretty soon, you know, while I'm watching stuff. Paper Mario is an excellent podcast game, or excellent, like, media game, you know. The N64 one, on the Switch Online, N64 Online, I'll say, like, I got the you know, timing nailed down, you know, where, like, wait, what was the clear right there? I didn't see. Where, like, sometimes I can manage the clear the you know, I can do those this is 10%. We don't get extra heads. Let's go. I can do those, like, action commands without looking at the screen sometimes, you know, just with it on the periphery. Just like you know, paying more attention to the show that I'm watching rather than the game. Which I'll say I part of that is the fact that I am, like, really far too good now at reading, like, subtitles whilst playing a game. Absolutely, I can watch an anime with subtitles and do an action command at the same time. That's simple enough. I don't know. Were those guys meant to be killable? I wonder. We need to be on the lookout for some sort of trap. Some sort of trap, some sort of devilish situation here. But at any rate, once we find it, I think we'll be able to just, like, plow straight on. And we'll know what to do. Anyway, that's been, like, one of many games I've replayed recently, just, like, looking for something to play idly whilst watching stuff or whatever. hard to like, you know, keep having those ready to go. You know, a supply, a long supply of like games and stuff, of like quality games. We have to boogie here. It's not coming back apparently. So let's go from the start. It seems like if you wait at all, it's gonna be trouble. Would have been better if we had our Shelmet still. Hey, look at that, though. We can manage just fine without. There we go. Nice and good. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad, bro. That was fun. That was a good, like, messed up thing to do for sure. But it falls sort of sadism, you know? It's just a little bit dicked up. It's a little dicky. It's a little dicky, not a big dicky, you know? Thank you. I'm hitting complete. And, let's go on to the next one. Sunburnt. Excellent. Sunburnt, please confirm. You were planning to put a hidden block section? I'm glad you didn't. I mean, I'm happy. Do whatever you want, but I'm happy we were able to finish on that attempt. That felt good. Card. Still playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. I'll say I'm not quite as enthused as I once was with Pocket. I feel like right now in particular I'm just sort of at a standstill with it. You know, I unpack my packs every day and I get some stuff, but so far with this latest expansion, which, you know, let me just... Sunspot, confirm, you have a minute, but like, here, let me put it on screen. Let's do a pull real fast, just for shits and giggles, and see what we get. I haven't gotten enough, like, pairs of EXs to do, like, the decks I want to do, right? Like, I haven't gotten 2 B-Drill EXs, for instance. Haven't gotten 2 of those. So, like, I can't... That's the EX I want. B-Drill EX. And I haven't gotten that, so, you know, what the hell? Ah! Okay, now I have 2 B-Drill EXs. I can play a B-Drill EX deck. Okay, that's pretty good. That's feel good about that. Okay, problem solved. Nice. Cool. Very good. I'm just gonna save that as a photo. As you do when you draw a really good B-Drill EX. Y'all do that. Y'all do that when you get a good one. Take a photo. I do that. I know y'all are literally seeing that this moment has been preserved in history, but, you know. All right, that's a pull. I'll say other than that, you know, I don't think I have any EXs. I've been, you know, whenever I play Versus, I've been playing just still a Garchomp EX from last season, from the last card pack, which you know, is still fun, but I feel like I could be doing something new. You know, that's my feeling, that I could be doing something new. That was good. That was a good pull. I saw that it was an EX at the bottom of the stack, and I didn't want to jinx it by going like, wait, what if this is a B-Drill? You know, I knew it was going to be something, but I didn't know it was going to be B-Drill. But, like, the chances, the luck would be, that would be perfect luck if it was, and it was. So, you know, there you have it. That's clippable. That's very clippable, what just happened. I don't see sunburn. Let's carry on. Oh, treasure tracker. You know what? I'm not gonna count that one. I didn't realize the gimmick. If I had read what this was, I would have known cannot jump is the gimmick. Or rather, have to stay on the ground. Or rather, just can't jump. Specifically can't jump. You can hover in vortexes, run off ledges, that sort of thing. Nice. Very good. Wait. Please come over. Okay, good. That whirlwind got stuck on the wrong side. That'd be unfortunate. If that twister. Nice level sunburns. I liked it. That was good. GG indeed. We got 3 levels left. I got like 1 or 2 more cards. We'll just pop them. Actually, I think I got 3 more cards, so we should keep on doing them at the rate we're doing them. I am hitting complete. Countess Timpani, go ahead and confirm. Countess Timpani, you are up. Hit next as you do. A card. Should I get a Magic PS2 with the retro tank coming, and not that many retro games that I want to play right now with the consoles that I own that are SD? I have been thinking about getting a Magic PS2, which is a thing you can find on Etsy. You look for a PS2 with games in it, and it's a Magic PS2 that can launch any game, pretty much. I kind of want to get one because there's so many PS2 games I never played, and I feel like that would be really interesting, like a really cool like avenue of new content, right? Just like, hey, let's play random old PS2 games, I don't know. Or even just like the ones that are renowned that I just have never played. Like, you know, too many to count, really. You know, when I got a PlayStation 3, a lot of franchises from the PS2 and PS1 were dead in the water, so, like, I never got a chance to get in on them. So, like, yeah, no, I would totally get that, and I would scale it up with the Retro Tank, and I think it would be fun, and I think it'd be, like, fun in the same way a lot of the time as, like, the, you know, let's do this one. This one looks good. Yes. Let's do it. This will be a hard one to do in 2 tries, but let's do our best. I think it would look really nice, and yeah, we could do full playthroughs of some games, and we could do like that first jump it's a hard one. We could do full playthroughs of games. We could also do like got a few jumps in. That's pretty good. I'll take it. You don't want to spoil your level, but it'll take a minute to get used to. We'll see. Hopefully you'll have the full contingent of life. Stick around through Rock Party's level. Rock, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. Let me hit dismiss. I think I will get a PS2, Magic PS2 at some point. Maybe when I'm done randomly replaying through rare games. That'll be like a late in the year type thing. Maybe I should do that sooner rather than later. I don't know if those are gonna like spike due to tariff stuff. I don't know. Like maybe, considering they're probably made from hard drives that cost money, and those are probably gonna go up in price because of tariffs. Maybe I should get that sooner rather than later if I want one. Such is the struggle of living in interesting times. Rock Party is here. Excellent. While I'm punching in, this is a very simple card. It just says, I keep losing socks to holes. I keep losing my nice socks that I like to holes. I keep finding holes in my lovely socks. They're very comfortable, like, I forget the brand. They're like from Hanes or Gold Toe or something. I think it's like Hanes or something, comfy sock with the golden toes. It has golden toes on it. So I guess it's related to gold toes. I don't understand. I don't know where exactly I got them from. I'll look them up on Amazon when I need more is basically the situation there. But they don't make them as good as they used to do. Even with the ones that are like just a few years old, I keep finding holes, one after another, after another, and I just have to chuck them. They go right in the bin, and I'm fucking bummed about it. I've probably lost like a couple dozen socks this year. It sucks. First world problems? Yeah, man, the socks that we have are getting less well made. They're cutting corners and making them cheaper, and they're not as good. That's all I have to say about that. I just wanted to vent because I feel like I've lost like a significant chunk of my socks. And I like my socks. Get Bombus? Oh, get Bombus today. Let me see. Where's, You say get Bombus? I don't see get Bombus. Get Bombus. Get Bombus. Oh, the socks. That's this brand of socks. Yeah, I probably should just get a different brand. And I have heard people say, like, you know, certain brands, they could be imitations, right? Like Amazon could be selling imitations of the actual brand, and those imitations could be cheaper. I don't know. I feel like everyone's trying to cut prices and cut corners, and it's not just the imitations that are affected by those pressures. It's also the originals, which frustrates me. Yeah, I think I have some. Are those like, are Bombas like that Shark Tank brand? I got 2 pairs of those for Christmas once, so I have like 4 of those. Those are the ones that have like compression built into the arch, right? Those are those ones, right? Those are all right. I'm not really big into the compression of them, you know, on the regular. I feel like also they're a bit smaller than I like. I don't know, maybe I could get like a bigger pair, you know, like I said, I only got the ones from Christmas. Maybe I should get a bunch of Bombas. Those socks aren't bad. It's just that I like, you know, most of my socks are one brand and one style in different colors. And I like to mix and match them randomly. I do. One thing that might be weird is I do think it is just fun to wear different color socks all the time. I think about what Dobby said in Harry Potter. That's like the, you know, obviously I'm a Labs fan in most regards, but I do like Dobby. And he said once that wearing the same color socks is boring, and that's right. That's correct. It is boring. I'd rather wear different colors. Mid-size. Not like ankles or anything. They're comfy. And they come in like all sorts of colors. Woolly, I guess, would be the description. They're kind of woolly. Warm socks. Not thin. I should look them up on Amazon real fast and just post the link in the Discord later. I say I should, maybe I shouldn't, I might. Oh, I'm sniffly. I need to take some Dayquil after this. I'll take some Dayquil after this, and then the stream will be over. Fuck! There we go, we didn't get through that time, but hella progress on Roddy Pipers today. I feel good about that. I'm gonna hit this miss. Lost. Mark Real. I feel like, you know, I should avoid showing feet. That's a thing that people know to avoid to do because the internet is weird about feet. I'm not weird about feet. That's not a thing I'm weird about. Mark Real is up. Let's go. Let's go ahead and get this going. And I have one last card. I've been rewatching Steal My Sunshine. I talk about the website I like a bunch, Giant Bomb, a fair bit, and Dan Reichert, who is a streamer on Giant Bomb, employed by Giant Bomb, you know, gaming outlets that I like. And Steal My Sunshine is a series that he did back in the day with people that are no longer at Giant Bomb that just went public. It used to be paywalled, and now it's up in on YouTube, and it's great. Steal My Sunshine is a series where they played through like Sunshine, Mario Sunshine 100%, and they had like a crazy like amount of rules attached where like they would all take turns, one after the other. If they got a shine, they could spin a crank and get a gumball from a gumball machine and put it into their pile. If they died, they lost their turn and went on to the next person. And also they could do bets. They could bet like, hey, this guy's not gonna get that star. This guy's not gonna get that shine. Deal. I bet he is gonna get it. And then you know, constant bets, sideboard action, very fun business, especially as they find out like, you know, they don't really know what they're doing, so they struggle with a lot of the shines in a way that is funny and fun. Steal My Sunshine is like all time like one of the best segments, shows that Giant Bomb ever did, and I've been rewatching it, and it is a fantastic time. I would recommend checking it out. You know, that's like one of the self-contained series, like 17 2-hour-long episodes, basically 18 2-hour-long episodes. A great thing to just put on from YouTube in the background as you're doing stuff, and just let it play out and watch the madness unfold. It's great. It's great. Shout out to Steal My Sunshine. That is just a wonderful series, and you know, up there with like Blake Club and the slightly later Burgle My Bananas, which was basically the same idea but for DK64, and that got much more unhinged because they didn't really take to DK64 as well. As like some of the best stream. Whoopsie daisy. I misclicked there. 1 second. There we go. I misclicked my my stream deck there. The queue is not open. Don't worry about it. Last level of the night. Let's go. Let's do this. The clear rate was really low. Worth saying. Which is why we got these extra lives. But I don't know, it doesn't look that bad. It's auto-scroll. This could be difficult. I wonder if there's like a maze aspect to this where we're like, have to navigate these spaces without getting lost, and oh, we also have to be Super Mario. That's a clear condition. So if we get hit once, are we done? Or are there more mushrooms to be found? Also, you know what? We probably need the coins. You had to. It's a ghost house. Gotcha. That ghost house does need ghosts. That is true. Oh fuck. The hell. Well, I survived, but am I dead? Tell me, is there another mushroom in the in this? Yes. Okay, we're not dead yet. That can't be right. I have no choice, though. There are more mushrooms. Yes. Okay, good. I like having things to watch, you know, while I'm doing stuff. You know, that's sort of the two things I need in life, right? Stuff to watch, stuff to play. And oftentimes, I'm just like, you know, finding things that are both at once. You know, something to watch, also something to play at the same time. You know, paired like that. You know, watching some Steal My Sunshine, playing Paper Mario at the same time. It's fun. That's a fun way to live your life. You know, I'll say I am planning to do a like watch along stream of the Xbox Direct thing that they do every year, since it's on Sunday, on a Sunday in June, and I can't do it. You know, I'm off. I can't stream it if I want to.
Oh.
But I am thinking, in order to make it interesting, I'm going to play Mario Kart while I do so, and have that be on the screen as well. And if they start showing some game that's really boring, I can make the Mario Kart really big. Doesn't that sound good? Doesn't that sound good? That sounds fun. We'll explore around and, you know, distract ourselves as they go like, oh, here's a game that you don't care about. There are a lot of games I don't care about, is part of it. You ever notice that when you're watching a press conference, like, there's a lot of games you don't really care about, honestly, even if other people do. How about that?
Oh.
We died. Thank you for the little mark reel. We ran out of lives. That is gonna do it. Let me go ahead and dismiss. And, you should be closed. Thank you for the levels, folks. Thanks you for getting them in. We are all done now, so the lightning round and the stream is basically over. Let me make myself real damn big and pull up the schedule. You could spend hours playing it. I could, or I could end the stream. A nice 4.5 hours in. Good regular length for a stream. I'm happy. That's a good length of a stream right here, right now. Folks, that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you for joining in, for hanging out, and, you know, stopping by, all that junk. Let me end the mirroring. There we go. Thank you for stopping by, giving me your levels, all that business. It's been a good stream. Thank you for the follow, Mark Reel. I appreciate it. I'll be back on Tuesday for Star Fox Adventures. More of that. Last time we got to the end of the first chunk in space, you know, the Dark Ice Mines. We finished that. Hopefully, what I'm hoping to do is one of those flying chunks in space, a stream. So maybe 4 streams total. So next week will be the second one of those, so look forward to that. And then on next Friday will be more Mario Maker viewer levels. You're looking for more of this, that's when, as per normal. Let me send the Twitch people off on a little raid. Let me see. I think Dan and Kayla, Dan Reichert, who I mentioned earlier just now, and Kayla, who is his sister, are doing Split Fiction. Should I send you to Dan or should I send you to Kayla? I'll send you to Kayla. I'll send you to Dan good enough already. Kayla's cool too. They're co-streaming Split Fiction, which is a game I really would like to find someone to play with, but, you know, I can't, doesn't seem like anyone's interested, and, like, no one's interesting, I could just not play it. Maybe I'll just watch Dan play it, and that'll be good enough to, like, know what's up with it. I don't know. I'll see ya on Tuesday and Friday. Give your love to the VOD, to the shorts, things of that nature. I'll see you later, folks. Getting ready to stop. Okay, I'm ready to stop. I'll see you later, folks. I'll see you on Tuesday, Friday, in the future, in general. Give your love to the VOD. Bye.